Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right, folks, I gotta end the music because we are now live on YouTube. Happy Monday, happy belated birthday. What a birthday, girl. Day come true. Good day. Darling. What's up?
Listen, let me tell you something. For the four people were there. Yesterday, moments lit up my week to come. Let me tell you something. There's somebody where people never remember my birthday. My mother, actually, I go remember. No lie, my mother and my brother, and since we have one picnic, my daughter. And I have like two friends. Because I only really two friends I have in real life. But I like that too. The other friends I have are on this platform. And yesterday, after those our 5 people we just said, said, happy birthday or whatever. Me just there because we just used to it every year. Me not going away, me just stay home. And me I take a little birthday sleep because of that me do every year. And when I saw the message coming, like the notification coming on TikTok, and I say, wanna make a little banner something. Look here, me screenshot it and put it on my WhatsApp. Usually I don't announce my birthday because I said the people who really matter, like who care, will mark it on their calendar and will say what they have to say. And moments, Rosolo, Marlana, all of who they take part tonight, even if you just like it, just to press the art, just to say like and reshare. You have no idea what you did yesterday. I love you guys so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
God gracious blessings on you.
So many
your
people.
solo, because you're not in the office. You talk before me.
No, she made me cry. I can't talk. She made me cry.
I'm seeing so many people. I'm 40, okay? I'm 40. And a lot of people never got to 40. Okay? A lot of people. And I'm saying this as an Aries, we don't require much. We are tough on the outside. We are the scariest set of people we meet. Especially if we spirit not take you. We not hypocrite, we not play games. You get me? We're on our sleeve and we don't have a problem expressing how we feel. And we don't require much, to be honest. But you see little things like that, it touch you to a core. It touch you to a core and it will make you follow you till to the end of the earth. Some moments and everybody who just took the time to say happy birthday. I love you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Alexia.
We love you too, Mama. We love you too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We just want to, we appreciate you. I appreciate you definitely for always showing up and being a big part of Coffee in Tow. So today, folks, The only thing caffeine to one for Uno is for Uno to subscribe and tap up the screen. But all the gifts, I'm gonna ask you to send them over to Alexia today. We're gonna celebrate Alexia today. We're celebrating big, 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 big. She has made it over the hill. Welcome to the other side, the best side of life. I know things are gonna turn up, my girl. You thought 0 to 40 was good. Is now life get great. Morning, on the YouTube. Morning, man, Libra. Morning, on this side to Mr. Nemardi. Listen, man. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. And we're just waiting for your Aries partner for roll through. Him still asleep. I don't know if him still asleep. No, I'm not coming at the building yet. But he turned 50. He's 51 today, Rosolo. He's 51 today.
Baby Daddy moving up in age. Hey, I still look younger than him though, but yeah.
He turned
Listen,
51 today.
the minute he wake, you make me know. Come have a song for him, you know. You have a song for him.
Listen, hey, Rosolo, you say I have a room up there for me ready for ship him off still enough.
Yeah, you know, I always have a room or a coach. Whatever works for us. Whatever we can fit in, we make it work. Unless I have me crying. Lord Jesus.
He is the weapon that has been found against.
Or is it the opposite?
No,
Are you the
I'm
weapon
a
that's been formed
blessing. He's
against
a
him?
weapon
Your blessing?
found
Okay,
against me.
got it.
But today
Got it.
I'm gonna be nice to him today because it's his birthday. So I'm gonna be nice today or try.
You
Yeah.
better be nice to him. It's his special day. It's his special day. And I want people to recognize what Alexia said because it's very important. You know, we get our birthdays once a year and it's very important. Some people like to celebrate it. And to her point, others just stay quiet and don't say anything. You must celebrate your people, even if it's just to say hello,
Yes.
morning, happy birthday, just in a text. Celebrate them and let them know that they're cared for and they're thought of.
Yes,
So
that's it.
stop crying, Alexia. It's party time now. Party time.
Listen,
Next year we fly down. Next year we fly down Sea Hill. Yeah, that's manifested.
we manifesting. Listen, next year's a whole different year. That's all I must say.
Yeah.
Big things next year. Big things.
Oh no, I just want to share. I was showing off about going to St. Lucia. The St. Lucia trip canceled. We're not going to go to see the pretty man them.
Do I need to order a couple and send them out to you?
The moments I don't know what to do with myself. I depressed all day yesterday.
That may be a blessing in disguise. Maybe a
I
blessing in disguise.
don't
Keep you
know.
out of trouble.
I
Keep you
don't
out of
know.
trouble, cause trouble dead, right?
Yeah.
Never mind, never mind. That's the thing. We don't know. A lot of times our disappointments are for good reason. But I want to go back to something Alexia said. Alexia, you're absolutely right about Aries. My father was an Aries, March 24. Ro, your dad was also an Aries.
And
Um,
tomorrow.
and
She's
your
tomorrow.
mom, which is tomorrow, my darling aunt, Aries. We have a lot of Aries in our family. Me not know why the whole of them choose to bungle up in this time of the year. And yesterday I met another Aries. No, I didn't meet her. She's a church sister, but I found out yesterday she's also Aries. Lord have mercy. We're full of them. We're full of them. We're full of them. But from my father, my experience with him, very I want to say uh he didn't require much, Alexia. Simple. Him not require much. He don't require much. The smallest things bring him the greatest joy. So I get it. And Marlon is the same thing. Very simple. Hey, Tinkerbell, welcome, welcome, welcome. The smallest things give him the greatest joy. It's amazing how it don't take much to make them feel good. It really doesn't. And I appreciate that about you, that the Aries, for the most part, the ones that I know. Yeah. Little things bring them great joy. And I find them to be very loyal people. If them rock with you, them rock with you, you know. And our neighbor across the street, he's also Aries. So Lord have mercy. I know this weekend coming up gonna be mad things in the neighborhood. But yeah, so we celebrate you, Alexia, and we love you. We appreciate you. Whole heap, whole heap, whole heap. So let me just do a quick check in with everybody else on the stage with us. Ja, how was your weekend?
Good morning, all. My weekend was fine. Happy born day, Alexia. Happy born day, Mr. Days After Dark. Happy born day, Auntie of CIT. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I decided to take a mental health day, so I am staying home
Okay,
and I am under my covers.
nothing wrong with that.
Good for you.
We
Good
need,
for you.
yeah, we need that every now and again. We got to hit that reset button, right? And listen, folks, all of us, we need to do that from time to time. We have to check the thermometer as it relates to our mental well being, right? It's important. It is important. All right, so let us go ahead and get Z Show on Z Road. It is Monday, April 7, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee and Toe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JohnORadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to subscribe. Welcome to the studio audience, courtesy of TikTok. We appreciate you. We also invite you to check out our website, www.coffeeinto.com. And there you'll be able to follow Coffee in Toe on all our social media platforms, as well as subscribe to the Coffee in Toe YouTube channel. Catch up on other stories that we were not able to carry or cover on the live show, and we have some snippets there for you as well. We also have some resources, especially for our health. We have some links there for our health. All right, and the goal. So today, if you're on TikTok, we're sending all the gifts to Alexia today. You don't gift Coffee in Toe today. We're gifting Alexia today. The only thing Coffee in Toe is asking for you to do is click the link in our bio so that you can subscribe to the Coffee in Toe YouTube channel. And also, I think it's on the bottom of your screen somewhere there to subscribe to the TikTok Coffee in Toe to become a subscriber. All right, and Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Laurmel Skin Food. Head on over to laurmelskinfood.com, Laurmel, laurmelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout when you purchase all your coffee products on grantcoffeehouse.com. All right, folks, 16 minutes before the top of the hour. Listen, there's so much going on. I don't even know where to start. Really don't know where to start today. But it's never a dull day here in the US of A. So who watched the protests all over the country? There were like somewhere between 12 to 1500 protests, very peaceful protests. I had one
Weren't they
observation.
peaceful? They're
Yes, that
peaceful.
was the number one
You should know.
observation. And we know
I
why.
saw how peaceful it was. No bomb, no gas grenade, no bunch of police, no misconduct. Just so peaceful. Just so peaceful. It was quite interesting to me. It really was. It really was. It really was. But I stayed in my bed. What did they say? Sit your
Like
buckers
us
down.
down.
That's what I did.
Go ahead, Pop Skull. Morning, morning, morning.
Good morning.
How you doing? How was
Um,
your weekend? Before you talk about it, how was your weekend?
my weekend. Well, To be honest with you, my weekend haven't started yet because I work during the week, the weekend. Yeah. So over the weekend, I've been at work. Yeah, but it's been okay though so far. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, I just want to say that it's not too late to preach this month. Yeah. So just a reminder.
Why you have us laughing so early in the morning?
Laughters are good, in the morning.
You have us cackling like crazy this morning. Yeah, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I noticed it. It was very blatantly evident, Rosolo, how peaceful the protests were. The absence of the uniforms.
Is that because they told us to stay home?
Because we not only told us to stay home, we obeyed. We listened. Stay home.
So so you know what? Let me be quiet.
Okay, I think I know what you're gonna say. So, and there's a young lady. She said it. Um, yes, here it is. I'm gonna play the video. She'll say it for you.
So you're hearing that the Hands Off April 5th protests yesterday were so peaceful and everything was great and there was like no violence, no escalation, and that it was also predominantly white people, predominantly white women. Here's the thing. Here's the really important point. It is not that the people who were in attendance yesterday, right, the predominantly white people, the predominantly white women are inherently more peaceful and law-abiding and they just know how to do it, right? That's not the reality, okay? It is because they were met with a different level of force, being none, like a lack thereof, as opposed to when movements are predominantly about and backed up by people of color, right? Queer people, especially Black people, especially Black women. They are met with a different level of force, not only by police, but by like random conservative militia groups that were showing up every single day at the BLM protests. Like, there is a stark difference, not in the way in which the protesters are protesting, but a stark difference in the way in which power and force and violence, especially state sanctioned, is responding to the protests themselves. That has to be a very, very important distinction that we make, because this is not a failing of other movements. This is a failing of our police presence, of the militias, of the power and force and violent force therein. Ultimately, who gets to protest peacefully and who gets met with extreme and violent force is not due to the protesters themselves. It is far more a reflection of power and control rooted in racism. And it's horrific. And yesterday we saw the stark contrast between what it looks like to be a white body versus what it looks like to be a Black body in places, in public spaces where you are allowed to protest and talk about your humanity and your rights. We saw a difference. And again, it's not because of the protesters. It's because of the force in which they were met. So you're hearing that the Hands Off April 5th.
There it is. That's the explanation, Ja.
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say, but she said it more gracefully than I would have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And more and more, we're seeing the foundation upon which this country was built. Unfortunately, but like everything else, it can be demolished. It can be demolished. It can be deconstructed. It can be torn down. And remember when I said last week, Ja, we have allies and we have to allow them. We have to allow our allies to do the work. We have to. It was amazing to see the placards that were being held up all across the country. There is support. And sometimes we have to, not sometimes, we have to know when to put the baskets down. Hey, Sean, morning. We have to know when to let things go and allow. They were listening. Our allies were listening. I have even seen videos where our allies are saying, we got this. You have done it for us for years. We owe it to you to get up and handle this. So we say thank you. We appreciate it. Here is my criticism, though, about the whole movement. And I said this to my husband, and this may come with some repercussions. It is what it is. Doing it on the weekend was a safe way to do it. There wouldn't be much impact economically. I said, if you truly want change and you want it done expeditiously, a hands-off movement should happen Monday through Friday, especially on a Monday, right? Because that is when the wheels of the economy start turning rapidly again after the lull, which is the weekend. If everybody said, we're going to stay home, nobody goes to work, the only people I would implore to go to work would be the medical personnel, right? Those are the only people I would say, yes, show up, because other lives are in your hands. But everybody else, lock down the airport, lock down the ports, lock down everything. We did it during the pandemic, right? It can be done. I think that would be way more effective. I may be wrong, but I am one who has recognized that if you want change, you have to hit them in the pockets. The pockets. Thank you for the follow, Tinkerbell. That's the only place where people really make do some sort of movement, when you hit them in them pockets. Beyond that, it's going to create conversation. Let us see what the results. Thank you, Ja. Thank you for the subscription. Yeah. Beyond that, I'm not sure, how much effect it will have or how much it will affect the whole situation. But let's see what will come out of this. Let's see what comes out of it, right? But yeah, let this be an eye opener to everybody. If you were unclear before about where this nation stands, you shouldn't be unclear anymore. Go ahead, Jack.
So I did not watch the news. What did the media say about the impact of Saturday, or have they said anything?
So can I tell you something? I didn't watch the news either. I just saw the things on TikTok. This week, and I said I wasn't watching any news. I needed a break. I do the news Monday to Friday. I'm like, no, I'm turning it off this weekend. Don't want to see it. Just little snippets here and there throughout on TikTok, but I don't know. I really don't know what they're saying. So we'll find out together. We will find out together, and to make you know how much. Hey, niece, morning. To make you know how much I didn't even tap into the news. Ja, I didn't even do my runner show for this morning. I was really tuned out. Totally tuned out. But anyway, we still have the news. Anyway, so let's go ahead and get started. So, folks, today, just a quick reminder, we are celebrating Alexia over here on TikTok. All the gifts go to Alexia today. The only thing you need to do for Coffee and Toe, folks, is subscribe to Coffee and Toe's TikTok and subscribe to the Coffee and Toe YouTube channel. But all the gifts go to Alexia today as we celebrate her 40th birthday. And we're still waiting for her birthday was yesterday. And we're still waiting for the birthday boy to show up. He's still snoring, still in La La Land. And once he gets in, we'll celebrate him. But right now, send all your gifts to Alexia. Okay. All right, let's keep it moving. So, first up out of the Caribbean corner, Caribbean nationals are among dozens arrested in ICE in New York. This article can be found on CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Caribbean nationals were among 133 undocumented immigrants apprehended during a recent U.S. immigration and customs enforcement operation targeting individuals with criminal convictions and other immigration violations in Western, Central, and Northern New York. ICE reported that nationals from Trinidad and Tobago and the Dominican Republic were among those arrested during the 5-day operation, which was conducted between March 24 and 28. Among the more serious cases were a 49-year-old Trinidadian convicted of unaliving and 2 Dominican nationals, a 66-year-old, convicted of course S, you know what that is, conduct with a child, and a 70-year-old convicted of unaliving and illicit trafficking offenses. This operation reflects our continued commitment to public safety and national security through targeted enforcement. That's according to Philip Roney, who is the acting Deputy Field Office Director for ICE's enforcement and removal operations in Buffalo. Folks, it is what it is. If you're here committing atrocities, I totally get it. As long as the your due process and you are indeed guilty, I get it. You can't, in the people them country and a galang with yourself them way there. Cannot do that, right? You got to know how to toe the line, be of sound mind, and as such, display the right behaviors. Please and thank you. 2 Jamaican nationals removed for felony convictions. In a separate enforcement action, ICE New York City also reported the removal of 2 Jamaican nationals who were convicted of serious felony offenses on February 27. Nascimento Blair, who is 44, entered the U.S. in 2004 on a temporary visa but later violated the terms of his stay. He was arrested by the Mount Vernon Police Department in 2005 for first-degree kidnapping, convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison. An immigration judge ordered his removal in 2008, and although Blair appealed, the Board of Immigration Appeals dismissed the case later that year. He was taken into ICE custody again in July 2024 and deported earlier this year. So I'm going to understand something. In 2004, you entered the U.S. on a temporary visa. You violated the terms of your stay. You were arrested in 2005. So you come here in 2004, and in 2005, they arrest you for first-degree kidnapping. You were convicted and sentenced to 15 years in prison. The judge ordered your removal in 2008. So why didn't they remove him then? Why just now this is happening? That don't make no sense. From 2008.
Backlog.
Wow. Okay then.
But clear up the backlog now. Because not for people and whatever remove right now, who are convicted felons, not for them, you know, they go to prison, come out and just probably they all change their life and now do nothing else again, you know. But them still going to the system. Oh, you went play? Come out. From when? All right, come out now.
Wow.
Yeah, backlog.
Okay. Got you, Popsicle. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I think it's good to remove some of them, indeed.
Yeah.
We might sound bad saying all of that, but I think it's necessary.
I mean,
I think if Jamaica had that approach too, because a lot of persons, I think a lot of countries needs to adopt the same principle. Because a lot of persons are here in Jamaica that need to be deported. Yeah. Go back to America, go back to Trinidad, you overstay your time now, yeah.
so that means we're very lax across the Caribbean.
We are, and that is why, we aren't seen as that place because of course you can come when you want to, leave when you want to.
Too much freedom of movement. Too much freedom of movement. And you know what I think too, Popskull? I think we are more stringent with our nationals than we are with foreigners. Somehow we tend to loosen the reins. And we don't question foreigners as much as we do our own people.
Yeah, we have seen the hypocrisy in the COVID times. Yeah, when we know what happened. We don't have to spell it out.
Right. Yeah. We have to change the way we do business across the Caribbean, folks. We have to. All right. Next up, out of the Caribbean corner, Jamaican couple in Florida faces the death penalty for unalivement of 10-year-old boy. This article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. The state of Florida has announced its intention to seek the death penalty against a Jamaican couple accused of unaliving a 10-year-old boy, Xavier Williams, after enduring what authorities described as unimaginable abuse. Xavier, who had been living with his mother and her boyfriend in Tavares, Florida, passed away on March 21, 2025, a month after sustaining severe injuries from the alleged abuse. The young boy was found tied to a ladder, beaten, and subjected to further violence, including having a 10-pound dumbbell dropped onto his stomach, which caused his intestines to rupture. Despite efforts by doctors to save him, Xavier succumbed to his injuries at a children's hospital in Orlando. According to investigators, on February 22, 2025, Xavier's mother, 37-year-old Kimberly Mills, and her 36-year-old boyfriend, Andre Walker, took the boy to Advent Health Waterman in Tavares, Florida. There, doctors noticed bruises and burn marks on Xavier's body. Authorities say Walker immediately left the hospital, while Mills briefly left and returned with Xavier's 9-year-old brother. A search warrant executed at their home uncovered further evidence of abuse, including a 10-pound dumbbell used to strike Xavier's stomach and copper wire used to inflict harm. Xavier died after weeks of fighting for his life at the hospital.
What is wrong with people? Maybe I'm too emotional today. Let me stay off mic. What is wrong? I have a 10-year-old sleeping in my bed in my home right now. She's one of the most precious things in my world. You would kill on fire, unalive, sorry, unalive people for her, for all my children. 10 years old, the innocence. You're supposed to protect them. You keep bringing these people into your lives when you don't care. You care more about the other people than you care about your children because you want to be loved and you want to be this and you want to be that. What is wrong with people? Parents, you are supposed to protect your children. Go on, Popskull, because it's too emotional today.
I was on a platform, not a platform. I saw on a story, right? They were talking about this incident. And when I read the comment section, there were women who actually came up with different reasons as to why mother would do something like that. They said, of course, she was going through depression, right? They said that it's the depression that caused with giving birth. so many excuses. I was saying, really, how can you justify a situation like that? I'm not saying that mental challenges don't make people do stuff, but to that extent, with a man too, do that to a child, who's not even the father to, stepfather, right? I do believe they need the harshest punishment available. Because, of course, that child died, yeah? Not just with the pain, but, living with the betrayal, right? From a mother who should protect him, should make sure that no harm meets his way. But you approved and supported the causation. And that child, at some point wondered, why me? Why?
God, Popsicle. I support what Florida is trying to do, seeking the penalty. Yeah, capital punishment in this case. Listen to the atrocity, the level of the atrocities. Listen. The young boy was found tied to a ladder, then tied the pitney to a ladder, beat the pitney, drop a 10-pound dumbbell onto this child's stomach, causing his intestines to rupture. Them burn this child, bruise this child, them use copper wire. Ooh, may this child rest in peace.
They say there's nothing like a mother's love. In this situation, there's nothing, than hate from a mother. Nothing hurts so much.
Imagine. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Russell.
I'm sorry. There are programs. If you don't want the child, there's so many people out there in this world that want a child, that will give the child the love. I don't understand tying a child up with copper wire. My mind is gone right now for the day. I cannot comprehend that. It is pure utter evil, and anything they get, they deserve it. And I mean the harshest punishment. I can't say that. Moments. Let somebody else.
Here's the thing. Before we go on, TMO Marlon, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, baby daddy. I'm crying tears free because I miss you so much.
Happy birthday. What's your Wayne gone?
Wayne gone.
What?
Wayne gone. Wayne there. Hold on there.
With my gifts. Give me back my gifts.
What happened? No, you know what happened? I think
he was trying to unmute.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Bring him up back.
Moment.
Yeah.
Just search for the busy signals. Happy birthday song. Quick and fast.
Happy birthday, my friend.
Yeah.
One more year from them.
Yeah. Brief intermission, people. Brief intermission in our news.
Not by YouTube. I want Lord Jesus. Not tell me something I forgot to go upstairs, go bring up back the man.
Sure, I'm upstairs. I'm with him, girlfriend.
All of that, so anything is possible.
Okay. You never know.
Stop it.
We Aries don't cheat. Don't do that. We don't do it.
Alexia, stop. I was married to an Aries. Cut it out. I was going to say what y'all was saying.
Them only look.
Alexia, stop it. Them Aries born after this week. Them one day. They're not the ones born this week and before. Them born in the double digits. And I've dated 3. And let me tell you something. I never want an Aries. I love my father. I love my uncle. They are my kings. I should have just stuck with them when it came to Aries and left everything else alone. Alexei, you can't
Happy
take up all of
birthday,
them
yeah,
now.
my friend. One more.
Birthday.
Hold on, so when there? Lord of mercy. All right, Miss soon come. Unless he got a call. He probably got a call because the phone rang at 7 something this morning and getting first phone call from his aunt. So I don't know. He probably got a phone call. We'll wait for him to come through. Let me make sure I have the right one, Alexia. Yes. All right. Yeah,
That's it.
have it. Yeah, my dad was old man.
You can do something for me
What?
after you come off here.
Yeah.
You can like just get one little flower in your hand. That's in bald just on the head. I have a speciality that the flower people on their birthday and then disappear the vine. Yeah?
I'll happily do it for you. It will be my absolute pleasure to do it for you. Trust me, Alexia.
Wait, y'all gonna have to explain that to me.
Ja.
I got from crying to laughing hysterically. Joe, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, I've never heard it.
To flower somebody on their birthday.
No, I never heard that.
Okay. Fair enough.
Y'all know I only ask. Well, no, let me not say I only ask
Sorry,
because
if I
then
get
I don't
flower.
understand.
No,
All
I've
right,
never.
hold on. Cynthia now. Hold on now. Cynthia, Alexia.
Yeah. Life.
Oh, me have to mute YouTube. Sorry, you the
the
sound. Oh,
the
the sound.
sound.
Oh.
The sound.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Sorry about that, AT. Sorry about that, Mad Libra. My apologies. Thank you, Ja. Yeah. Tell the people. Come on, man. Because clearly, if she loved her children, she would not have inflicted the pain, the physical pain, emotional pain on these children. They were a means to an end. And that boyfriend is a wicked jankro. To watch, you would think somebody would be level headed in the situation. You watch the mother do this to the children. You had a hand in this. And not for your pitney. Even if it were your children, but go ahead. Go ahead,
The
Alex.
abuse probably not even did start until him coming in a picture. Probably. You get me? Moments. I say, show me I want a real pop skull. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Me not say me never date when me I raise my daughter, but yeah what? It just never reached me hard. Yeah? Yeah, me not play them games there. Me make fear father have to run up and down. I say because me know me stay. You know what me do? Me just raise my daughter by myself. Anything he want do, when he want do it, I don't even call him phone. Anything he want do, when he want do it, is up to him. But me sword, me tie up my head and sword and take care of my daughter. Nobody, hey, enough time when me I get muddy in my head, you know. You know me going in my bathroom, go lock up and talk to me and my friend them in my head till me conscious of myself and come out and have a discussion with her. Earth over Pitney, you must be want to see the lower, the deepest levels of my demon then rise up for him. You must be mad, man.
Hold
You're
on,
mad.
Alexia. Listen to so let me read this other part. The charges include abuse that occurred between December 2024 and February 2025, during which Xavier was struck with a dumbbell and other objects, boxing gloves, me mama, flashlights, and a copper rod. And them have the nerve to enter a not guilty plea. I couldn't take them up as a lawyer. I couldn't do it. I could not be their attorney. I could not represent them. Is there such a thing where attorneys don't have to take the case and just allow them, make the system do what they want to do with them? Can that happen here in the States?
I'm sure they have a court appointed attorney.
But even so, as if I were a public defender and the case is assigned to me, do I have to take the case? What if every public defender says no, they don't want it? What happens? Them sit on a rat in jail?
Usually get it's like them look at people and all the court here them enough time it's young lawyers in a not all the time but enough time it's young lawyers who are trying to make a name for themselves. You know? So then we just grab at it.
I could never take this case. Come here, I got to look for them and tell them, listen, here what? I don't have the time to drag this through the courts. You're guilty. Let's keep it moving. Take where you gotta get that moving.
Guilty.
So that again, Popskull, I lost you there.
Just plead guilty, not waste the court's time. Simple as that.
Exactly. Me no want my taxpayer money to feed them. Lord, forgive me. Really forgive me for this one, God. But it's hard to swallow that one, yeah. And a child, an innocent child, a 10-year-old child, you're going to use boxing gloves, drop a 10-pound dumbbell on them, tie them up on one ladder, beat them with copper wire, bun them up, and then the pitney dead, and you're going to talk about not guilty. No, brethren.
You still get the due process. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Adasoji.
Good afternoon, Adasoji.
Them can send God El Salvador. Send them God El Salvador. Them deserve to go El Salvador. El Salvador, they work this prison there. And that's them figure there so. if they somehow are able to escape the unaliving penalty, capital punishment, send them to El Salvador for what they did to this child. Wicked.
It's not going to matter because they're going to get jailhouse. What's the term? Jailhouse abuse. They'll be,
Let's just say they will be entertained once they get in there.
yes, yes,
Somebody would need entertainment, regular entertainment.
yes. Jailhouse due process.
In other news, I'm gonna keep it moving because it's a anger the life out. I mean, in other news, former Haitian mayor Jean Moros Villena convicted in Boston of visa fraud. This article also courtesy of oh no, hold on a second. Jamaican trailblazer. What's his name? Chang that passed away. Okay. Um, where was I? Sorry about that. The alert just came up on my thing. So according to Caribbean National Weekly, Jean Moros Villena, the former mayor of Le Iroy in Haiti, was convicted by a federal jury in Boston on March 28 of lying on immigration documents to obtain a U.S. green card. The 52-year-old was found guilty on 3 counts of visa fraud stemming from his failure to disclose involvement in violent acts during his tenure as mayor. According to a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement investigation, he concealed his role in extrajudicial unalivings and politically motivated violence in Haiti. The jury found that he had deliberately misrepresented his past when applying for a U.S. visa, claiming he had not participated in or supported such acts. Can we ever have news one day where I hear nothing bad? Anything is there a possibility that we can have news where it's all good news? The Prime Minister Andrew Holness to South Florida diaspora. The diaspora didn't fail us. Article can be found on Caribbean National Weekly. So on April 4th, which was on Friday, members of the Jamaican diaspora in South Florida filled the pews of Christ Way Baptist Church in Miramar for an evening with the Prime Minister Diaspora Forum hosted by the Consulate General of Jamaica. The event featured a keynote address by Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and that should read Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, and brought together leaders, local dignitaries, and diaspora supporters for an open dialogue on Jamaica's progress and the pivotal role of Jamaicans living abroad. The evening opened with remarks from Judge Norman Hemming, Consul General Oliver Mayer, and Paul Elliott, CEO of Victoria Mutual Building Society, the event's key sponsor. In a moment symbolizing the ties between Jamaica and Miramar, Mayor Wayne Messam presented Prime Minister Holness with the key to the city. Throughout his address, Prime Minister Holness emphasized the country's economic turnaround and the important contributions of the diaspora, not only in remittances, but also in advocacy, logistics, and grassroots support. He said, "Let me thank the diaspora because the diaspora didn't fail us," Holness said. "There is a view that the diaspora is important only because of remittances. Well, that's not true. Yes, remittances matter. It's a system of social welfare that's not run by the state. You take care of the people we may miss, your close relatives, and even people in your communities. But the diaspora is also the repository of incredible skills and para diplomacy connections. When ventilators and medical supplies were needed during the pandemic, it was members of the diaspora who were calling to say, I have this. How do I get it home? When Jamaicans were stranded, it was you who stepped in and ensured they could survive. Many of you helped children with tablets, not pills now, but computers and devices so they could continue their education. The diaspora is an incredible resource. James, you okay with that? By the way, morning, James. You okay with that? What he has said, because I know you have said that when him come to Canada, him only come there to come beg.
Yeah, morning.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not okay with that. Nope, not
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's when it comes down to the diaspora, it's all talk, right? So I'm not okay with that. It's just a bunch of words, and like even well, one of the things that even the people, there's an organization underground in Jamaica that responsible for like returning resident, a easy transition and stuff like that. And even that is a nightmare also, people trying to go back to Jamaica. So no. And I think I mentioned it before. I believe, my personal belief that when they do these diaspora meeting, they unpick the people to ask questions. And the questions are screened because you never really get, like, I think the last one, was it in New York? One person, I guess they were supposed to ask a particular question. They asked a question and they were moving on to something else. And the host like shut them down and said, no, we have to move on. We're running short of time. So no, I'm not buying it.
Well, you said sound a little Trumpish, the way they hand it, where they pick and choose who can speak, and you can only ask questions that won't make them look bad. And so you see why I will not attend a town hall diaspora. If it is going to be orchestrated, I'm not going to attend. Because then if you're going to vet me and vet the questions that I'm going to pose, what's the point? Shouldn't a diaspora town hall meeting be a forum where people can express their genuine concerns and get genuine answers? That's why I won't waste my time. Go ahead, Jack.
So I've attended some town halls, and they do ask you that if you have a question ahead of time to send it to them. I don't really see anything wrong with that because if they're going to lie, the lie will come out sooner or later.
Okay.
Yes. When one asks for the question before time, usually what happens there is there's a vetting process happening. So you're going to be vetted. The questions that's going to come through will be vetted. And also, the nature of question and answer sessions like that is to catch them on unawares. Yeah, it might be a question that they're not willing to answer, but the way they sometimes answer the question would lend itself to the answer you want, because you can tell whether they're lying or not. With regards to what James said, yes, the notion of having a sanitized crowd, well, he learned that from Ayot.
I like how you said a sanitized crowd. Yeah. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah, and the thing, Moments, as I said, the thing that, because I've been confused about this for about 20 years now, that when you see we talk about the brain drain of like the brightest minds and some of the most educated people leaving Jamaica and going overseas, right? And one thing I've learned living overseas is that I don't think I've probably about 5% of the Jamaicans that I've met living overseas, whether Canada, in the Caribbean, or in the US. About 5% of them that pretty much don't want anything to do with Jamaica. But most Jamaicans that I meet, they have one foot in Jamaica because like it's just something about being like connected to home that every now and then whenever we get stressed, we need to jump on a plane and go back. And as soon as the plane touchdown, we just feel like heaven. That's the feeling that I get going to Jamaica. And a lot of people, friends and peers, like express the same feelings. And I can never understand why Jamaica is not further with all of the expertise that's living overseas. When you see what they're doing with the Trans Jamaica Highway, that is an amazing thing where Jamaicans can invest in stuff like that. Why weren't Jamaicans asked? We saw the government bonds that was doing well for years. That was one of the best bonds in the world. And why weren't Jamaicans in the diaspora asked to invest in a lot of these things that were sold out to foreign companies, you know? So I just don't, I'm not buying it because there's a lot of money overseas. There are a lot of Jamaicans that want to invest. And as I told you my experience, the bank that I was talking about, because I deal with them and thing, it's you remember Scotia DBNG, right? Dear Bunton and Golden, that's the investment company. And it just mind-boggling to me that because yes, I'm not comfortable going to Jamaica right now and to rent to build an Airbnb and rent it out because I have bad experience building a house and trying to get my rent and stuff like that from the house. So I don't want anything to do with that type of thing. My type of investment is investing in safe investment where I can go and sit down with an investment company. And for them, after 20 years investing, for them to tell me that because you're in Canada or the USA, you can't invest, that is just mind blowing to me. So I don't bite.
All right. Okay, thank you, James. But just a reminder, you know that investments are not guaranteed, right? There are certain investments that have zero guarantee. All right. And I think any ethical investment analyst will let you know, or investment manager, investment portfolio manager will let you know upfront that nothing is 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, but government bonds and some of those, they're normally because I've been doing this for like 20 years. And because I was not living in Jamaica, like I decided that I sat down with the person that I was dealing with at the time and make sure that I got the safest investment portfolio put together. It is not, it doesn't pay as much as the high risk one, but knowing that I'm overseas and I can't jump on a plane or whatever fast enough to invest in one of those aggressive things, I'm comfortable with this.
Okay.
Because like if you invest $1 million a year and you come back and you get like say 50,000 or 100,000, as opposed to you invest $1 million and you get back like 200 or 300,000, I will go with a smaller amount just to know that it's safe.
It's safe.
So I don't know if it's because what's going on now, like they're limiting remittance going to Jamaica. I've had that problem too with remittance, sending money to people and the remittance companies send it back and saying that either it's too much or whatever. So I don't know if it's America or Canada or whatever, they're trying to block the amount of money flowing into Jamaica. But I'm not the only one with that problem in terms of remittance and no investment. So I don't know what is going on.
James, which remittance company you use?
Well, I had a problem with Western Union sending money through Western Union and they send it back to me.
Okay, so Western Union, the problem is these choppers that we have here. So Western Union has really clamped down to the point where, one time you could have just collect your remittance anywhere in an island. There are places where if the address for the remittance where you would pick it up where you're from, say for example, say you go pick it up in a Senance Bay, but you did there Ochi. You did there Ochi, you say, let me just pick it up. No, it'll tell you straight up, go, you have to go Senance Bay, go pick it up. Right? So because of the chopper situation here, Western Union is very strict with us here. Yeah, but Nigeria is a chopper place too. That I think all our little centralized chopper place them are go always have problem.
Yeah, it's because of the scamming. Unfortunately, James, it's nothing they can do. And it's as a matter of fact, I think it's a welcomed inconvenience to protect the senders, the receivers, whoever. I support it. The good have to suffer for the bad. And it's not just Nigeria. There are other Egypt. They have a hell of a chopper lifestyle over there too. There are certain countries, yeah, I see through it. And this is what bad behavior gets us, inconvenience. A lot
They
of
have tried it.
inconvenience.
They have tried it with the chopper them try it with other remittance companies, but MoneyGram slap them down quick and fast, buckle up, button up, then gate quick, and J end up play. Those are the main ones that I know of. You have the other Rio and some other little one, but the remittance companies don't play in Jamaica because I chopper them.
Yeah, I can't blame them. I can't blame them, James. It is what it is. Tell the Jamaican them to stop the foolishness. Hey, Boxer Mom, tell the Jamaican them to stop the foolishness and just be law-abiding citizens. These young people who are trying to live a fast life, you know, big piece of foolishness. But anyway, on to Guyana we go. According to Caribbean National Weekly, Guyana's president, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali. You notice what I know? Adasoji, you said some. You highlighted Holness's name. I noticed with other leaders that where they have the doctor, them put it, but them no one put it for our Prime Minister of Jamaica. No big disrespect that. Because see it here, Ghana's president, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, but them can't put a Dr. Andrew Holness.
Oh, we do. I mean, we do from time to time. It's just that this is gonna sound very classist. Doctor and Jamaica sometimes don't go hand in hand. I yield.
How could you say that? How could you say no? You can't say that and walk way out of the people them place. You're outside and now other soldier. We're gonna defend with Jamaica. We are defending Jamaica. Come on, other soldier. You have to clarify that. Please.
No, the point I'm making is, okay, so anytime a newspaper puts something into paper, what they're doing is they're crafting a narrative. If it's on TV, they're crafting a narrative. So sometimes they do subliminally, sometimes it's done intentionally. But in this case, you can't say they did intentionally because you have to look at the organization that is putting out the story. That's a home organization. It's not an external one saying this is what happened. This is a Caribbean outlet projecting what it is the Prime Minister of Jamaica has gone to do outside, right? So question is, what was that at that time? What was that editor thinking to say, you're just going to say Mr. Honest, whereas he has a honorarium before his name, which he is entitled to. It's not, given to him just because they like his face, but he earned it. So that is the question. If a foreign organization does it, then what I was talking about earlier, you can point the finger at them. So it's a bit of loose and fast with him, with the local organization reporting that news. The question is, where's your standards? Where's your standards? How do you report the news? Because that's one thing they teach you in School of Mass Comm, which is title.
That's mass communications for those who do not mass comm. It's mass communications. Go ahead.
So title, age, place, where, all of that are very important because who are we talking about? Who is Andrew Holness? That's the first question anyone will ask you. Who is he? He's the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Okay, so if he is the Prime Minister of Jamaica, what is in public interest for them to know about him in particular before they know what he went to do or where he went to do it? So all of that is important to him as the person has to be put forefront. If that title is missing, that's something that falls short on the part of the editing team. I yield. That's what I meant.
Okay.
I don't mean to say,
Yeah.
I won't even, Jamaica is mine.
Thank you, Adasoji. Okay, so AT asked a question here, and it's going back to the article with regard to remittances. His question is, why use Western Union, no Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, crypto? For those you have to have a US account, AT, and a US account, a US dollar account in a US financial institution, if I'm not mistaken. Can't do bank to bank from a US account to a Jamaican US dollar account. if I'm making sense. Go ahead, Adesoji, and then
Yeah, so yeah, even on Google, there are certain areas that the normal peer-to-peer payment system that we use, i.e. Zelle, Cash App, PayPal, that you and I can do back and forth within the Western Hemisphere, you can't do across borders. Like I can't send money on my Google Wallet to anyone in Nigeria. It's not gonna go. So you're left to those organizations that has been licensed to do the international transfers. Western Union, what's the other one? MoneyGram, and then some banks do. But then you're going to be hard pressed to find banks that would go to where you intend that money to go to.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. It's not, I mean, they do exist, but you know, like if I wanted to transfer money from my bank account here to a bank account in Nigeria, I can't readily do it. But I have to go through an app. I have to go through a third party app in order to do that.
Right. Thank you, Soji. Go ahead, James. You're gonna.
No, I was going to ask Adesoji a question. So is it wrong when I put the most honorable Dr. Andrew Holness? Should I leave off the most honorable since is that debatable?
Well,
What, everybody?
I won't even begin to get involved in your internal politics. But what I can say is, like, those.
But he's not a Marchioness or a Marquess, which is a male again. Marquess or Marquess?
Marquis.
Yeah, he's not a Marquis that he would get the most.
So, the most honorable is a honorific that you give to yourself in the Heights of Parliament. It doesn't extend out. It's like here. The Prime Minister is known as the Right Honorable.
The Right Honorable, right? Because so you're below the rank of
when he comes outside of when he comes outside of the House of Parliament, he's referred to as what's his name? Lord Keir Starmer. And then they will say the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Yeah. But if he was a doctor, they will put the doctor there. As long as he's earned. If the doctor is earned, it is there. Even if it's not earned and it's just honorific, it will be there. But no, you're most honorable now.
No, that's there. He cannot be titled the most honorable because he's not a Marquess. He can be titled the Right Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness because he's below the rank of a Marquess. That term is also used for earls. Oh my gosh, it's earls.
Earls, viscounts, barons,
privy councillors.
Privy councillors, and yes, that is usually we don't attribute such things to Great and Wash, but you know,
I heard that. Calling us the great unwashed. Yes, James. So protocol, it's part of protocol. That is to tell you how embedded we are in colonialism. Thanks to our colonizers, thanks to the monarchy, right? No,
it's our collective wealth. That's the way. This is our collective history.
Lord of mercy. All right, let's see what we have coming up next. Oh, and by the way, you know the difference between master and mister, right? Your master up until the age of 18, and this is for men. Your master up until the age of 18, and then it turns over to mister. Don't ask me. I didn't write the rules. We inherited these rules, all right? Master Adesoji up until 18 is 18 or 12. Hold on, let me think clearly.
It's until your pubescence, until you're 13.
Okay,
so once you enter secondary school or grammar school,
you become mister.
You become a mister. So they will call you by your last name. Oh, Mr. Moments. Could you step into my office, please?
And it's in the book of etiquette, folks. I do not write the rules. We just follow them. if we are a part of the Commonwealth, we ought to follow them.
No, you are part of the Commonwealth. There is no way the majority of the people from the Caribbean are, how can I say it, proud members of the Commonwealth. Some of you might not want to be, but you don't have.
But hold on a second, Adesoji. Something just came to mind. Do you think if we practiced it more, right, putting these titles with our young men, it could possibly change the way they think, thereby changing the way they view themselves, thereby changing the way they behave? Do you think we could have a trajectory, a shift in the trajectory when we talk about our young men? If we started addressing our young men accordingly in Jamaica, for example, right? Master so and so, and then when
Okay,
they get to the appropriate age, we call them
I
Mr.
would,
It may change how they view themselves, possibly.
Much as I respect His Royal Majesty, King Charles, and long may he rule over us,
And yes, long may he
I
live.
would say no. I would
Okay.
say no. And the reason I would say no is this: it's like trying to ascribe yourself something that you're not part of. Because if you're having, if you notice earlier, you had to explain who uses certain technology before them. Those are not our protocols. So individual communities have to determine how the boys, the girls come into adulthood. So you have to have a commonality. There are certain things that you as Jamaicans will do now that when you're speaking, you will have you will generally understand the reference, the cultural reference. Those are what one should build on, not imposed etiquette from the outside. Because you're constantly having to go to them for validation. That's what it means. Yeah. So I would say no.
Okay. Just a thought, because I'm trying to see how we can have a psychological shift, as we talk about behavior with our young people. Probably. So what would we do? What can we do to make them think more highly of themselves and then act in accordance with that? Just wonder.
No, the thing is, society sets standards. And when I mean society, I'm saying the parents, the community, his friends as well, their peer group, because their peer group will say, the way you're moving is not in line with our values. And so that in its way is a way of also checking the young, the male and the female community groupings, and then the parents, the extended family, the community at large, and what have you. That's how people get value system. All the conversations we've had in here, there's been a common refrain, and the common refrain will have been, back in the day, it wasn't like this. So if we have that understanding that back in the day it wasn't like this, at least we have a pivotal point we can go to say, this is when things crashed. What happened that things crashed, and how can we recall it? So I would say that is where we start from. Not looking for all this Western standards that in a way sort of dehumanize us, and then learning to eat with a fork and knife, how to debone a chicken with fork and knife without using your fingers, because if you do, you're barbaric, or you're no, please, no. I'm sorry. Or you learning to use 22 spoons, knowing which one to use when the right bowl of soup is. Come on. Okay, who lives like that?
A bisque versus a broth, and you never drink soup, you eat your soup.
Oh, God. And you shouldn't slop at the table. Your elbows should not be touching the table while you're talking. And you cannot talk across cross purposes. You only talk to the person on your left and then to the person on your right. You cannot take something across the table. You ask them to pass it to you. Yeah, all of that.
Get that pinky hanging off of that teacup.
This cup too heavy, but yeah, you have to have and the right curve. Have to have the right curvature.
And when you're finished with your cup and saucer, you turn your cup upside down. That indicates you're filled. All that
And
nonsense.
you must close your knife and fork when you're finished eating.
Yeah, at cross, they must be crossed with the knife crossing the bowl of the fork. It indicates you're finished with your meal.
And
All of that
you
nonsense.
tilt your bowl away from you, not toward you. If you must get the last bit of liquid out of your bowl.
Yeah, very much so. And if they're serving you, your hand has to be raised 20% away from your plate to indicate that's enough. How do you determine 20% from your plate?
It becomes habit. That's why you have to train them from early. It becomes a part of you.
All of that nonsense.
And how to dab with your napkin, and you do corner and corner.
The side of the mouth. You have to dab. And once you finish dabbing, you tuck the napkin underneath the wing of the plate.
I cannot finish eating before the host. Yeah, I can't start eat before them eat.
Okay, so if you're being served, right, in other words, where the dishes are not in front of you and your food is being served in the back or in the kitchen, wherever, and they're bringing it out, everyone must be served. Everyone must have their food in front of them before anyone is able to start the eating.
It's usually the host or the hostess at the end of the table that begins the eating, then everybody starts.
Yeah, those are the rules. We didn't write
Such
them.
nonsense.
We didn't write them. And God forbid you put your red wine in a white wine glass, or you put your white wine in a rosé glass, or you put your rosé in a cognac glass, or we inherited them. And if we don't know, then we're considered savages. And please, you must know your fish fork different from your shrimp.
Very much so. You can't be missing. Oh gosh, you can't be missing utensils.
And Kirk's about the time them do that I'm not hungry anymore.
Don't worry, you'll still be hungry.
And you do not, for the love of God, you do not butter all your bread at once. You break them off in bite-sized pieces.
Angle by angle. You come from one side in. So because you're gonna lift the bread to your mouth, so whatever bite you take has to take off that butter that you've just done. So you can't.
Listen, folks, by the time we're done with y'all, you'll be all refined and ready to dine with His Majesty.
Well, I told you I did 2 royal events in Jamaica before, right?
Did you? I don't remember. I think you may have.
Yes. So I think was the last visit of the Queen when we had a dinner at, I think, Jamaica House. So I did that dinner. Like I was actually at the Queen's table, and
you were wearing those white gloves.
Everything.
Okay.
Everything.
God forbid
Look,
you touch the Queen.
Everything had to be new. We had to get new clothes, new shoes. We had to do background check by what they call them, Scotland Yard or whatever.
Scotland Yard.
Yeah, so everybody had to do background check. And it took us 2 weeks to train for one dinner. Yeah, it is berserk. It is crazy. And the funny thing is that a lot of the guests that was at the dinner, because you had like about 5 knives going one side, 5 forks going the other side, about 4 spoons, and a lot of these guys don't know what to do. So it was so amazing to watch.
They don't know the basic outside in.
Outside in, nope.
So they should have had a training for the folks who are going to be dining with Her Majesty at the time. Not just for you, the servers, and of course, you serve from the right, clear from the left or so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
serve
clear
from
from
the
the
right.
right, clear from the left. Yeah.
Yeah. And if someone is serving you, you have to lean back so that they don't spill the, and the person who's going to serve you has to lean forward, not cough, but, just say, excuse me, please. And
Oh, and one more thing, Adesoji, one more thing we need to teach everybody.
and this does not extend to fufu. I have to be clear.
Tasha, go sit down with your fufu one side. No, we don't bring fufu into this. So one more thing before we move on, folks. When you're finished eating, please do not take up your side plates and put them in your dinner plates. No. You leave everything alone. Leave everything. Don't be scraping nothing. Bam, bam, say your scrape, say your head tidy. No. Once you're finished eating, you close your knife and fork. You put your hand, you take up your napkin, you put it under the wing of your plate, between your side plate and your dinner plate.
Yeah.
And you proceed to put your hands in your laps, back straight, be formal.
And one of the thing that was crazy to me was like all the plates at that dinner had to touch the table at the exact same time. Like so we had to we had to march into the room. You can't walk. It's like a regimented. We march into the room, and the 3 people go to one table, and you stand up behind the chair, and then you look out for the maitre d'. And when you see the maitre d' nod, and then all the plates went down at the exact same time. It's just crazy.
There's no bone chewing. There will be no.
For the love of God, Addis, I
bone
want
chewing.
That's savagery. Chew your bones. Oh no. Be ladylike. We don't do that.
This if you get anything with bone in it.
There's no bone involved. We don't serve anything with bone.
And you know that you must put your rice on the back of your fork, right? You don't scoop into your fork and shovel on the back of your fork.
Some to the people who use spoon eat rice.
That's not my problem. You can't dine with us.
They don't serve rice at royal events.
What? It's usually mashed potatoes, or cubed potatoes.
Our tonka meal, polenta.
Don't send me no invite. Not interested.
So you really want to come on my good event and eat? So you want to come on my good event and eat with spoon?
I don't eat tonka meal. I don't. A mashed potato ain't my love. So what we're gonna do?
And no matter how much you enjoy your meal, there should be no.
Yes, no. God forbid you are there tapping your
Smack
mouth.
your
And
lips.
then you go so. Hold on there. And then you go so. What kind of savagery is that? Go ahead, Kirk, and then Dr. Sharon Barney.
Morning. Sounds like you guys acting up in here.
No, we're doing etiquette training because some people just don't have any class. So we're trying to bring everyone up to speed.
Okay, I understand.
Me and Tasha.
Yeah. You know we had that in high school in Antigua.
In
It'll
Jamaica
teach
too.
you like yep. Well, British colony, right? Yeah. Yep, British colonies. Where they'll teach you, and I still remember it up to today, like the proper placement for your knife, forks, and things like that. And someone talked about chewing bone. No, ma'am, there'll be no chewing a bone.
Oh Lord. Go ahead, Kirk. I'm so sorry, Kirk. We drowned you out. So sorry, Kirk. Forgive us. Go ahead.
No. It's all good. It's all good. All I can say is that if I'm going to a fancy dinner like that, I make sure that I travel with my crackers.
Oh!
Kirk, just eat before you go. Eat before you go, me. I warn you.
I know. I went to back in Jamaica. When I was training for the army, they teach us how to use a knife and fork and everything. So people go fancy meetings, fancy dining, I should say. For me, literally, I eat a lot. And I can't live with that. But I have to be patient. So for me, I have to eat my crackers before. I eat before. Because for me to wait until everybody is served before I can eat, and then I cannot finish eat before the host. Nah, I'm sorry.
And please, Kurt, no talking with food in your mouth.
No,
No.
I can't do that. Yeah, definitely do that.
No talking with food in your mouth.
I know liku oxtail gravy. None.
No, Tasha, come on now.
Yeah.
No elbows on the table.
See? Oh, you can tell the folks of the Caribbean. Woo! We all been trained.
Yeah, Moments. I remember I did one of those dinner in Bermuda. It was like a $10,000 a plate dinner.
Uh-huh.
And after we finished serving and we were outside, two of the guests came out and the guy said, you know what? This was a lovely experience, but I'm on my way to KFC right now.
Oh boy, it's not easy. It is not easy. And then there's another thing. Oh, I want to say this to event planners. I'm sorry. Yes, I am from the colonial system. Coming from Jamaica, we definitely had that across the Caribbean, quite frankly, and some countries across Africa too, and India. As long as that you were touched by the Brits, you are exposed to a whole different way of living. So, event planners, when you are doing your events, please stop making the seats so close together that people cannot, there's no elbow room whatsoever. I should be sitting with someone on my left and on my right, and some sit down. Me can't even move. That's impractical. I know many of you are trying to put 10 seats at a table where, truth be told, it would be more comfortable if you have 6 or 7 people. Wanna stop it. Next thing again, the things that you put in the middle, the arrangements, the whatever it is, whether it's floral arrangements, whatever, they're supposed to be kept low. That way I am able to see whoever is sitting across from me, and I'm able to see what else is going on. You cannot have the things then begin as some have to move round and I move round and I carry on. Your vision is blocked. You keep your arrangements at the table low. They can still be beautiful, but they must be low.
Correct.
I didn't write the rules. And yes, that's one rule. Me not let that one there go. Me not letting go that one there. I have seen the most elaborate and gorgeous arrangements. But I'm like, oh my gosh, no. Why are we doing this? You're blocking. All right? That's it.
And another thing, one more thing, ladies, when you sit, you have to throw your hands behind your skirt so that it flows behind your knees. We don't want you to get off the table and we can see your exactly. And to wear clothes that at least go just a bit over your knee. We know you like to show off your legs, but a bit over your knee, not above the knee.
It's more ladylike. Or
nothing to show off the lady bits.
Yep. Remember in school, back in the islands, your uniform has to be right below your knee, or worst case, the shortest it can be is the middle of your knee. When it reaches the middle of your knee, it's time to get new uniforms.
No bucky rider.
You know, I thought that rule, skirt length rule, is it's crazy, because then that is you saying that all are over wear the uniform or wear the skirt part at least. Now have nobody. Some of us are endowed.
So you get them made accordingly to,
So that's why they're not supposed to put at the knee or so. Cause when I was going to school, I helped my dressmaker make my uniform. It did have to make like cape.
a back part did have to make longer than the front. And when we put on, it level with the front. You understand?
We don't care how it's done, just get it done. There must be coverage.
Now we can't help it.
I think the only country where that probably didn't take effect was South Africa. Their uniforms are short.
I always wonder.
And Spain too. Yeah, their uniforms are short for the girls. Yeah, their uniforms are short. But yes, folks, those a little bit of etiquette. Tomorrow we will continue with etiquette class. And if you have any questions, please bring them. We'll see what we can do for you. This is finishing school one-on-one. Soldier, that's it for today, you would say?
Yes, madam. The class is dismissed.
Oh, one last thing, Soldier. If you are sending an invitation out to a couple, they're a married couple, it is Mr. and Mrs. Adesoji and the last name. Not Mr. and Mrs. Ja and the last name. No.
And one other thing, you see where it's where you have the RSVP written at the bottom. It's there for a reason. Your seats should not be empty. You are supposed to at least give the host or the hostess 2 weeks notice that you will not be coming so that seat be filled. Thank you.
And other people, them RSVP. That is it. All right, we're done. That's it for etiquette class for today. So back to this article. Ghana's president, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali. Can you imagine we went all the way down that rabbit hole simply because of them not titling not giving
Dr. Andrew Hones
his respect, them bright and out of order. Oh, okay, sorry, I'm fasting outside. All right, so Ghana's president, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, has proposed a bold, equity-focused vision for artificial intelligence, calling for its global use as a tool to accelerate economic development, reduce inequality, and tackle major global challenges. The president made his remarks during a keynote address on Thursday. Speaking under the theme, Making AI Sovereign, Bridging Geopolitical Divides for Open Solutions, President Ali emphasized that the upcoming fifth industrial revolution, centered on collaboration between humans and AI, may arrive sooner than anticipated. He urged the global community to embrace inclusive innovation. AI must be developed and deployed as a force for the common good. The guiding principle should prioritize equity and inclusion over profit and power. All right. Okay, next up, what else is going on in the Caribbean? I think that is it for the Caribbean for today. Oh, this one. No, I have to bring up this one because it looked like the US got to Jamaica. And I was in a robot house, because God forbid that robot house decide to do something, yeah. Alexia, okay. Jamaica pursues health workforce partnership with the Philippines. According to Caribbean National Weekly, Jamaica's Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton, is currently in the Philippines advancing a bilateral agreement aimed at strengthening Jamaica's health workforce through training and international cooperation. Dr. Tufton's visit follows a January trip to Jamaica by Dr. Teodoro Herbosa, Secretary of Health for the Philippines, during which the two nations signed a memorandum of understanding to collaborate on health human resources development. The idea is to have Jamaican specialist nurses trained remotely and then to have our trainees coming on rotation to hospitals here in the Philippines. The discussions also include the possibility of Filipino healthcare professionals working in Jamaica, along with faculty members from the Philippines conducting training on the island. So this, folks, was in play before the Marco Rubio visit to Jamaica. surrounding the whole Cuban healthcare personnel. All right. So this has been in the works. Just saying. All right. Moving right along. Any other things we want to bring up about the Caribbean, folks? Before we move on to our favorite segment. And I know it's our favorite segment. Well, it's Alexia and Adesoji's favorite segment. What can I say? Stories out of Latin America, Las Noticias. Miami's little Venezuela. Go ahead, Alexia.
Where you play me a Adi song?
I'm not doing that. Una go and behave in yourself. Una don't have no behavior, and I'm not endorsing the
Cue the music.
Me not play. Una have to pay me to play that music. Me not play it today. Una too outside. Una don't have any respect.
Maybe I have to sing it. Do you want me to sing it then?
Come, Adi. 1, 2, 3. I will vote
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Hey!
You're not saying it right. I will vote. It's not vote. It's vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Not Donald. Donald Trump.
Yeah, but you see, if I did just play a song we won in this.
Exactly. Can you imagine? We've already have the sound. You already have the soundtrack.
Yeah,
Now
you have to learn the accent. So I will vote.
Play the music. We'll get
I
used to it.
will vote for Donald Trump. Come on, let's go. Spanish one-on-one. Let's go. Let's get the accent. Me not entertaining I'm no foolishness. You and Alexia need to go and time
No
out.
comprende. No comprende. No comprende.
I no comprende, no. Okay. All right. You know, I think I move out the song. Oh no, I have the song still. Lord have mercy. I can't believe I'm doing this for these people. You see, you Gile wet pa.
Then I don't know.
But you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting, Dr. Sharon? I said to Marlon, was it yesterday or Saturday? Normally, driving around in Miami, you see the pickups with the big Trump flags. You will drive by some homes and they have the big Trump flags. Me not see them. Me not see them. Everybody went.
Silent.
Oh, Donald Trump.
Silent. They actually should have been silent before and vote in the right direction.
I don't see them. They're very quiet.
I am unsympathetic. I don't care.
That's not
Can
nice.
I tell you guys something? I saw a meme where a video. Somebody was they remixed the song. It said, "Oh my God, I'm revoked, 'cause I vote for Donald Trump." I say I nearly kin over. True.
You know what? I'm going to leave my people alone.
Yeah, so let's do the segments. Then, okay, so you have to play it beginning. That's the section, and then when we finish, you recount.
I'm taking serious offense to it because those are my people. Mi gente, los Venezuelanos. Yeah.
The irony.
Vamos, mi gente. Come on.
The irony is some of them actually performed it on a boat. Make sense.
Leave my people alone. Mi gente! You know, if they go, what happens to my empanada, mi chicharrón, pequeño, pastelitas? What am I going to eat? My cortaditas? I can't have that, you know.
We'll import it.
My moros, my concrete, totone. I need my food, man. You can't take that away from me. Please, leave my people alone.
Oh, I just woke up. Who is Adesoji eating on a boat?
Jump into your mind. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep.
You what?
Go back to sleep. Jump. Go back to sleep.
I don't know what she's doing. About.
Jump
starting this.
What on God's earth are you dreaming about?
That silly song woke me up. That silly song you like to play woke me up.
Listen, it's
And all I hear about is people eating on a boat. That's all I heard.
nobody said anything about eating on a boat, Javed. Where's your mind, Javed? Lord, forgive Javed. Javed.
No, it was the song. He didn't say that just a second ago? He didn't say anything about a boat? Adesoji didn't say anything about a boat?
Yes, he did. He said they performed the song on a boat, but he didn't say anything about eating. Josh.
Okay, I know I heard a boat. Okay, all right. I'm mute.
That's it, folks. We have come to the end of Monday's edition of Coffee and Talk. We'll be back tomorrow morning. And when everybody is sober and has all their noodles.
When people are fully
Only 10:30 ending early.
When people are fully woken up.
Yeah, because
and they can partake.
Yeah, we'll be back when Javed is awake.
Oh my gosh. Javed need more rest. That's what happened. She has brain fog. She need a little more rest.
I think she need more than that, Dr. Sharon, but I don't have nothing to say. Let's keep it moving. By the way, quick question.
Even the dog agrees.
That is a truism. Okay, I will mute.
By the way, Dr. Sharon, how is Joel doing this morning? How is my baby doing this morning, Dr. Sharon? And I really don't want to have to. Dr. Sharon's videos on. By the way, Joel has her own account, so I'm gonna go look up Joel's account on TikTok. Let me see her. I want to make sure she's okay. Okay, there she is.
Nobody care about me.
Look at that.
Right?
Oh, brown dog as well. Oh,
I'm not trusting Dr. Sharon. I'm not pleased with the videos I see you putting up, and you're attacking her. Please, I need to look about her emotional well-being. You can tell. Look at her. She's not. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It looks like the boyfriend as well.
See my shirt? Look at my shirt. Somebody gave me this to my birthday.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, look at Joel.
Yep.
Yeah, but I would like you to revisit those videos and please be nice. Yeah, I really don't want to have to call Animal Protection Services on you and see if I can get custody of Joel.
They're threatening me.
Yeah.
They're threatening me, Joel. Look at that.
How are you doing today, Sharon? How are you doing, Sharon? How are you? How are you, Sharon?
I am doing well. I haven't had much sleep because I was up working, but I actually feel good. I just came out of the shower, which she sits right at the shower until I'm done.
That's what kids do, Sharon. That's what kids do. They don't give you privacy.
No, but for dogs, it's protecting you.
Hello?
In her mind, she's protecting you. As little as she is.
But thank you for asking. I appreciate the concern.
Since I'm not, clearly, only concerned about you.
Clearly, right? Clearly.
You know, Joel trumps you every time. Sorry. You know, just like babies trump mothers. Once there's a baby, nobody cares two craps about the mother. It's like, how's the baby?
Right?
What about me? All right.
Okay.
What about me? Okay, so there you have it, folks. Okay, anybody have any updates? Okay, we keep it moving. Doral, Florida. Wilmer Escarre left Venezuela in 2007, enrolled at Miami-Dade College, opening his first restaurant 6 years later. I'm going to mute you, Dr. Jack. Okay. Today, he has a dozen businesses that hire Venezuelan migrants like he once was. Workers that are now terrified by what could be the end of their legal shield from deportation. Since the start of February, the Trump administration has ended 2 federal programs that together allowed more than 700,000 Venezuelans to live and work legally in the US, along with hundreds of thousands of Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans. In the largest Venezuelan community in the United States, people dread what could face them if lawsuits that aim to stop the government fail. It's all anyone discusses in Little Venezuela in Doralzuela, a city of 80,000 people surrounded by Miami sprawl, freeways, and the Florida Everglades. So people who lose their protections would have to remain illegally at the risk of being deported or returned home. An unlikely route given the political and economic turmoil in Venezuela. Spanish is more common than English in shopping centers along Doral's wide avenues, and Venezuelans feel like they're back home, but with more security and comfort. Yes, folks, Doral is Venezuela, little Venezuela. That is true. If they enforce, if the judge is not able to get that block put in place, Doral is going to be empty. Doral ain't cheap. It is not cheap. It is very expensive to live in Doral. I don't know what's going to happen with real estate, with the jobs, because they have a lot of warehouses over there too. A lot of companies have their hubs there in Doral. I don't know. No, as much as I play this song, I'm gonna be very honest and say this about how I feel about the whole situation, and not just about the Venezuelans, the Cubans, the Nicaraguans, or any of the Latin community, even Haitians, because many Haitians, their family members voted for Donald Trump, right? I do feel some empathy for them. I'm not gonna lie, I do. Because how I look at it, anyone who is here abiding by the laws, showing up to their appointments, doing everything they're supposed to do, working, paying their taxes that they can't benefit from, I say leave them alone. Leave them, right? They vote how they vote. They voted against their family's best interest. They thought that proximity was going to, have them escape what was going to be handed down or what was coming, right? The ignorance that they held on to. I said, them a state of trouble do right by any immigrant from all over the world who is undocumented, paying taxes, being law-abiding people. Give them a path to residency. Give them their residency. They've been here 5 years, 10 years, and you'd rather ship them off, fly them out, than just give them legal status. That's the part I'm not understanding. It makes zero sense. Those who are here being a menace to society, a menace to the system, yeah, get them out. But it just makes no sense to me. Yes, we understand. We know. We can read between the lines. The removement of black and brown people. And I have concerns with the statement black and brown, but I'll get to that another time. It's like a cleansing. But we're happy to bring in South Africans, racist South Africans who have lied about being mistreated in South Africa. Makes no sense. We would rather disrupt economies, break up families. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But let this be a lesson that for every choice we make, there is a consequence. There are going to be repercussions. And I sincerely hope that going forward, people will think humanity versus voting along the lines of selfishness. And what is interesting down here in South Florida is this is a repeat of what happened in 2016. They were courted. They were courted heavily. And once the votes were secured, there was a turning away, the moving away from said communities. And they actually went back and voted. I don't know. But
Some people need to be hit up across their head a couple of times before they get the lesson.
okay, so Mr. President says how they afford these rents. All right. Down here in Miami, you will drive by some communities and people are parked out on the road. You see, us Caribbean people, we're a little more selfish, right? They believe in community more than we do. 10 of them will live in a 1, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartment. Generations, up to 3 generations will live in homes. And that's how they afford it. If there are 3 generations within a home, usually what happens? The grandparents or even the grandmother, the grandfather will still work. The grandmother doesn't work. She stays home and all the children go there. So they eliminate the need for aftercare and daycare, right? So when you have 10 people in a place, 10 adults, working adults, where the rent is $3,500, that's $350 a piece. It's doable. But us Jamaicans, doable. We can't talk for us Jamaicans, doable because after 2 weeks, we want the people them out of my place. We start complaining about everything.
No, first then I'll come anyway to begin with. Let's start there because I cannot. I need my personal space.
That is how we think within the Caribbean community. Hey, Crystal, that's how we think. And so it is harder for us to get ahead. Do you know that allegedly, let me say this, allegedly, in some communities, in some Hispanic communities here in Miami, they make provision. They pool resources so that when undocumented folks reach here, them have money ready to give them place to live. Do you know that? We don't do that in the Caribbean. Do we do that in the Caribbean community? Where even if we don't want them living with us, do we pool resources to make sure that when them get here, them have somewhere to live and a job to go into? So I will lift my hat off to them for that.
And I know say we, especially Jamaicans, wouldn't do it, But too many times you hear stories of, you bring up all your spouse we did have a Jamaica. Boops. All of a sudden, them don't even get the green card good in their hand. Alabalo start going. Boops, you carry up your kids. Them not in a country good. You think them born in the country the way them a behave. Boops, you help up your sister. Boops, you help up this somebody that this somebody all of a sudden a madness a go on with them. Them take side with other people to put it down in a one hole. And a lot of times you have more luck with a stranger than family. So I know say people wouldn't do it, And when I say it's not going on, but it's all of the bad stories that surface will scare other people into not doing, not helping, to be honest.
So what is wrong with us? Why is it that other cultures can do it, Ja, and we can't? What is wrong with us?
Generational trauma.
So we're the only community with generational trauma? I don't think so.
I think ours cut a bit deeper than most.
That we can't work together as a family? Not even family?
When you have everyday things being put in your face to make you feel that you're less of a person, I think mentally that gets to a lot of us, unfortunately.
That we can't work with our own family members?
The selfishness of some people. I mean, I've had family members come up here and have done the same thing that Alexia just said. We opened up our home to them. Then all of a sudden they don't know us anymore. They take and don't know how to reciprocate. That's the internal struggle, I'm going to say, within that person. I know I wasn't brought up that way. I give more than I have. I always want to see my people, not just Caribbean, the ones of my hue, make it to the next level. But not everybody has that mentally ingrained in them for some reason. And I can't tell you why, but I honestly think it is the things we see every day, the things that are being done to us every day. Some people just can't get past it. I yield.
Go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead. Sorry about
we don't migrate. We don't tend to migrate here in those numbers. We have a few people coming, but generally speaking, we don't migrate in those numbers. A lot of us coming from the Caribbean also coming from very comfortable situations. So to come and ask people to shack up and do all the different things, people are like, nah, better you go back home. So it's different dynamics. Most of us that come here just probably economic migration. We might have the perception we'll do better if you're not coming here legally, but generally speaking, people from the Caribbean doesn't really come and overstay like that. Most people go back home. Hence the reason why even our passports tend to be so strong, because we usually don't go nowhere and stay in people's country like that. So I think that's a big factor also.
Okay. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how it is. Someone from the Caribbean. Okay, let us say I open up my home and I say, okay, yeah, man, come. And after 2 weeks, I start complaining. After 3 months, the broom turn upside down and you start sprinkle salt. Time for them to go. Get out. I don't want you here anymore. What happened to the conversations we had prior to you coming to my home, where the goal was, okay, it's going to take you this amount of time to get on your feet, and I needed to save up as much money as you can. Where did all of that go? Once you come, I start complaining about everything under the sun. I'm trying to figure out. And another thing that I have observed, yes, the Haitians, they know how to do it, Geely. Me can tell you that for a fact. You see, the Haitians, they know how to live together and them take time, move out one. You know when they move out? When they're on solid ground. When they can move into their own place. Them stay there for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But something about the rest of us. Now, another thing that I have heard with us, I've heard the conversations, is that I will be the host or the hostess. All of you come, put on up. Miss uno a start the good, doing well. And then I start hating on you. Why do we do that? I have heard that complaint many a times. Instead of celebrating that you're making strides, that you're finding yourself, you're establishing yourself, I start to hate on you. Why do I do that? What is wrong with us? Then I saw the whole of our program, except for the Haitians. So we need the Haitians to teach us. Is it, Mr. President, that they are coming from uncomfortable situations while they're able to work together, but because we are too privileged across the rest of the Caribbean that we don't know how to do it? Maybe. I think what we need to do is have honest conversations with people before we even allow them into our homes and say, listen, here's the thing. I can only sustain you because of what I earn. I'm only honestly able to sustain you for 3 months. Within 3 months, I expect that you would have established yourself with a job. Get a job. Once you have that job, this is the contribution I'm expecting from you. I'm not going to expect you to pay half of my rent because I was paying the rent before you came. I was paying the rent before you came. So contribute this to the light bill, the water bill, because of course there's going to be an increase in those utility bills, right? Contribute to the food. But I should be giving you the opportunity to save up money so that you can get your own place, no? Instead, I'm going to make it difficult for you. I don't know. Here what I can say to people. If you don't have no money, when you not come afar and don't come. That's the only thing I can say. What else can I say at this point? Because even one family member going to turn pound. Not just friend, family member go turn pound too. A Haitian that newly migrates will always understand a Haitian that's been here for 5+ years will be more established. It's as though we want to see you do good, but we just don't want to see you do better than us. There are a lot of things we need to try to wrap our heads around. Go ahead, Bird. Go right ahead.
Grandma, blessed love. Grandma just said, people like some people with long back here.
So we don't know how to celebrate another person's win.
No, we don't.
Something wrong with us. Something wrong with us. And I don't think
in my experience in that. I have a lot of experience in that. When I can give you an example. When I was in New York, I worked hard to get a basement apartment that I don't share nothing at all with nobody. My thing is that I want to get somewhere that even my friends from high school days or my family member, they have somewhere that they can come and stay for a week or 2 or a month, and go back home. I have made that accommodation. Now, if you're going to stay over a month, you have to contribute towards the bills. I'm not going to tell you how much you have to be taking consideration. I'm going to lay out all the bills that I'm paying. And if you want to take on one, you can take on one or whatever you want to do. I see myself leaving that place for another family and the way how they deal with it. And for me to literally wanted to go back to New York for a night, I have to ask 6-7 persons if I can spend one night to just take a shower and head back out the next day. And I leave that apartment for them to have. Yeah. So, family or friends, you're on your own.
Wow, yeah. Thanks for sharing that, Kirk. Adesoji, let me ask you quickly because I know you'll soon have to go. Let me ask you, how is it in the UK with the Nigerian community?
Go on.
Is it the same mentality or do you have the Haitian mentality where everybody can work
together? Screen has frozen.
You're not hearing me?
Now we do. Okay. Now we do.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you, Amja. So, Adesoji, in the United Kingdom, with the African community, first, let's say more specifically the Nigerian community, how is it there? Are the Nigerians in the United Kingdom welcoming and supportive of folks who migrate there and need time to get themselves on their feet?
So yes, yes, the kind of stories the gentleman has just reeled out is also does happen. The elements of that, and that I will put to the fact that certain people, when they get over here, they've inhaled the air and forgotten the idea of community and what have you. So that aspect of it happens, but the generality of people is you're coming into a strange land and you would need a hand, you would need place to stay, and so it will be provided for you. And usually for want of a better word, the kick out time is 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. So 6 months.
You said the kick out time.
Yeah, well, that's the so the kick out time is 6 months. And within that 6 months, what would happen is, depending on what your status is, and usually most people that tend to take people in like that, the status is the person is here on a school visa or, that kind of thing. And so if it's an extended stay that would go under the radar, there are people who do that, but majority of people don't tend to take those kind of people on. They will do it for family, but they won't do it for extended thinking. So with regards to those on school visas, it's 6 months. After 6 months, they will try as much as possible to get you a job. And that job would allow you to rent at least a room. So with a room, and the room will usually be located somewhere where transportation is common, usually buses. Buses run in London, buses run 24 hours a day. And so if you need to get anywhere, depending on what time of day it is, during the day, it's 15 minutes, between 10, depending on the route, it's 10, 5, it's 5, 10, or 15 minutes, depending on how big the area is. At night is an hour. So you know what time you're waiting for your bus. So all of that, they will help you. They will tell you which way is easiest to get to, where you need to get to. They will do all of that for you. And then if you overstay, you're welcome after that 6 months. You can be rest assured the next time you turn up at the door will not open.
Damn. No matter what?
No matter what. Yeah. So that's how we roll. I mean, in the Caribbean section here, there are a lot more, and I suppose maybe it's also the environment. They're a lot more accommodating here because they will invite, not only invite them in, but also help them get work either in their kitchens and stuff like that. And sort of, we operate term limits. There are term limits. There is no open border. You can't just be on here on expired visa. Nah. 6
But
months.
Anthony, that makes a lot of sense because you know what is going to happen and what's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And there's no real taking advantage there.
At all.
Because you agreed to the term limits.
Yeah, at all. And they would not, in that 6 months, listen, you can leave on the lights, you can run the water, you can trash food on the floor, you can do anything. That's 6 months. It's like a 6 months cruise. But that 6 months edges closer and you've not gotten your SHIT together. You can be rest assured when you step out the room one day and that door locks, no one, and that's the thing. After that 6 months, there is no one you can complain to that you've been dealt they will ask you, how long were you there for? That's usually the first question. And the moment you say 6 months, they're like, what else do you expect? What do you expect? What do you expect to happen? So they've been nice. And the ones I give kudos to the most are the newlyweds taking in someone. When the newlyweds take in someone, or maybe they recently had a baby and somebody comes and it's a family who wants to come and they still engage them, I give them kudos.
Wow.
Because there are some, sorry?
I said, wow.
Yeah. Because there are some that will not even entertain it. And the longer people have been here, the more difficult it is for them to, because they now live on the outskirts. So whoever is going to come, it's going to upend their life. Unlike someone like myself that stays within, well, yeah, I'm not in central London, so I'm on the outskirts of London, but not outskirts. So it's a lot easier for me to entertain someone, but for someone who is on the outer perimeter of London, no, it's not gonna happen.
So interesting. Thank you, Adesoji. So Geely put here, let's not forget New York has squatters' rights. After 30 days, good luck getting the person to leave. So in that case, then, if we live in a state where there are squatters' rights, and I know there is something along the lines of if you allow them to get mail there, that can be a problem too. How about then you have a written contract with the person and say, listen, you can only stay here for 6 months. Lay out everything in the contract. Have them affix their signature. Get it notarized so it becomes a legal document. No, is that a good suggestion?
Yeah, but that usually in contracts, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? The balance of power has to be, in that kind of situation, the person is vulnerable. So if they challenge it, they might win because they would say you literally had metaphorical pew to their heads, because legally they don't have any power. So anything you put in front of them at that time, they sign to. It's almost like you're stronger. I mean,
but how is that different? Okay, hold on a second. How is that different from
going
to?
even if they
Mr.
do that,
President. How is that different from going to a bank and trying to secure a loan, and the bank says these are the terms and conditions of the loan? Don't we sign? We might not like it, but we sign because we need the money. What's the difference?
Okay, so the difference being you're giving something in return. In this place, you're not giving anything. You're saying in future, this is what I expect to do for you. With the bank, usually when you take out a loan, 30 days after the loan is taken out, you start paying interest, don't you? You start repaying it. So that's the difference is there. You're already engaged in a transaction with the person, but this is 6 months ahead. So you're effectively telling that person to sign, to agree to do something for you 6 months in future. You see what the problem is? That's so it's just here. It's an unwritten rule that you get 6 months. It's the unwritten. You get 6 months. If I pick you up at the airport now with your luggage and everything, the moment you step through my door, your 6 months start counting. So you're 1 day less. Once you sleep, wake up the next day, I go and show you, I drive you through. Okay, so what we normally will do, the culture here is when that person comes in, the first day or two, they're allowed to rest because obviously it's... No. Yeah, come on. Depending on what time you get here. Usually, the visa is not good. So most people that get visas into the United Kingdom get visas in December, January. Why? They know most people won't travel because it's cold, right? So the thing is, anybody that's going to take you in, they will take you in with the kindness of heart. So when they come in January, by June, they're out of your place. So they're out of your place in summer. So that's why people do it. So at least don't tell anyone. But at least you have somebody to talk to during the winter months when it's cold and dark. So,
I see a business opportunity here. Go ahead, Mr. Oh, sorry. When you finish, finish other soldiers, Mr. President.
Yeah, so quick one. So usually when they come in like that, the first couple of days, they get to rest. The following week, you drive them through London. Do you know why we do that? Do you know why we do that? You drive them through London so that they are not in awe about anything about the city. You show them the homeless people. You show them the oh my God. Listen, there is. You show them the rundown parts of London. You show them rundown parts of London. You show them where the homeless live. Yeah. You show them the train stations. You show them the bus stations. So they've seen all of that. They now know that London is not unlike Lagos or Kingston, where they come from. It has its own quirks, right? And so the next couple of weeks is about getting them their bus pass so that they can travel on their own. And then you take them to the job center, which is where they will get a national, you call it the ITN number. So here, which is you get, so that if you don't get your, that's it. That's it. Javed, welcome. Yeah, you see, Javed, you actually be living in this style, you know. So you get your, in the United States, it's called the ITN number. Here, it's called the National Insurance number. So you then take them to the job center, they apply for a job, even if it's part-time work. They get to get acculturated to the idea of working. They're saving money. You tell them, listen, you initially in your head, you are, what's the word? You're converting that money to the money back home. Nah, that money, you're spending it here. But here's the thing, you don't get to spend that money for the next couple of months. So keep it. Why? Because that money is going to form your deposit so that you have a place of your own with your key that you can go into and sleep.
But what's key for them not qualify for a place after 6 months? Them have the money, but them not meet certain qualifications. Them to the curve.
No. There are places for London for everyone. You don't. Sorry, it probably didn't come out right, but yeah. That's not how it was meant to come out. But
that's exactly how it was meant to come out. But wait, you said what you said. Lord of mercy. So the only recommendation I would give to folks looking to come into another person's country and stay with someone, come with a little bit of money, come with someone and come with your plan. Have conversations prior to your coming. Go ahead, Mr. President. Lord of mercy. Oh no, it's a rough crowd.
All your contract and all the stuff you're talking about, after 30 days in New York, that's null and void. Because guess what? You have to go to court and get a marshal to come put them out. That takes sometime a year. So you could just forget that. So if they're not out by 28.5 days, you get it 29 days just in case of delay. After 30 days, forget it.
Wow. So in essence, then, okay, I get it. That is why people within our community, because quite possibly, because of past experience as Kirk related, is then say it better safe than sorry.
One quick one to what Mr. President said. There was something that happened the other day, and it's not unrelated to what happened. Someone's ex came from Lagos. So say your ex came from Jamaica and your ex gets to stay with you. And shall we say one thing less? Yeah. And so
don't dibble or dabble. Let the ex remain in the past.
Exactly. And how shall we say it? The lady is now saying,
hold on, can I just interject?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
First of all, why would you even allow the ex to come and stay with
that
you?
Was the question we all asked.
Exactly.
That was
nope.
It's as if you were there when we were. That was the question we all asked. What in the world were you thinking? What? And so that conversation that Mr. President is talking about with the marshals is now involving the courts. There we go.
Oh boy. Trouble Dede. It's a touchy thing, and it goes from there's a cultural divide when we talk about that sort of thing. I get it. I get it. I get it. You're better safe than sorry. It's better for me not to agree for you to come, depending on what state you're in, depending on who you are. And then the other thing too, I think them stay in them countries and do them research, talking about New York and squatters' rights. Them stay in them country, talk to the people, do them research and say, hey, we just need 31 days. That's it. 31 days. And then they
Woman,
can't left.
let me clarify something. There are some people who goal is to go to New York, go to London, go to Paris, wherever. When they get there, they achieve their goal. And there are some people who goals is to improve their life. So wherever they go, their goal is to improve their life. If you get one whose goal is to come to New York and they situate in your apartment or wherever, they will stay there and grow more if you don't put them out. And they will do nothing to improve their lives. So don't forget that.
Wow. Well, Geely is giving you all the warning. Geely says, I will help you find a place, a job, etc. But you can't stay with me. Quick, I'm glad you mentioned that, Jill, because something a bell just went off in my head. So there are many folks who will come to the States and get a living work. When the time is up, don't they have to leave? Where they go? Do they argue with the boss and say, well, you can't put me out? You have to make me stay because this is where I have been for the past 6 months, 9 months, a year? How that work? I'm interested in knowing how that one works.
You're not a resident. You're just a worker. You have a work permit, a visa, whatever. When that time expires, whatever contract you have expires with it. So you can't be imposed on the people.
Yeah, but me living there.
But if you're taking somebody, no, you ain't living there, you're working there. Your job just allow you to be on the compound. But you're not living there, you're just a worker.
So
today or tomorrow, if you get terminated, you have to leave. Same way. But if I take you into my apartment as a squatter or otherwise, that becomes your place of residence after 30 days at least. And for me to get you out, I have to go to the court, get a court date, get a marshal. The court will give you time to catch yourself to find some place. They might extend the time because they can't find some place because it's so difficult to get a place. And by the time you check it, that person is there, they're not paying rent, they're not doing anything. And it don't just happen with us. If somebody's squatting in your building, I have gone to a building with a lawyer and paid 4 guys $20,000 to leave the apartment because the old lady wanted to sell the apartment, and it is cheaper to pay them to get out than to go through the court proceeding because the deal may not have closing time. So it's a serious thing.
So who came up with this thing to give squatters rights like that? Who come up with that? Whose brilliant idea was it to burden the landlords or the person opening up their home?
British. The British.
You see the whole on over there, we need one can of bacon for all of you. We need a can of pyro, a can of bacon, some combat, something, because y'all messed it up. And then just lift up on a fractal and gone back to the UK. Okay, so the British did it. Why can't we reverse it, change it? Why does it, what? It's in perpetuity, forever and ever, amen? It can't be adjusted, amended, something?
It can't be, obviously it can be amended. But the point is, if they've been in a place, there was a case a couple of years ago here in London, central London exactly, and not just central London, Bayswater, one of the most expensive areas in London.
What's the name of it? So I know where to go. What's the name of it? So I know where to go and squat. Please tell me.
So what happened is the Russians would buy houses And those houses are essentially just used to hold that money. So they know that nobody's staying in those houses. So what these guys did is they moved into this, like, at that time it was what, £20 million home. 6 bedrooms, big gardens at back, is the kind of house that when you turn up to, is like, whoa, that kind of thing. So so these guys were living in the house for 6 months. Guess how long it took them for the courts to get them out of the house?
A year?
It took them the next 6 years. Yes. And even with the next 6 years, which is where the law was then tightened a bit, but not tightened enough. They had to be, in order to get them out of the house, they told the courts that they had nowhere else to go. So the courts cannot legally make someone homeless. Legally cannot make someone homeless. So the court had to order the local government, which is what you guys will call your county, to find them not just accommodation, but suitable accommodation in view of where they currently live in. You know what that means? In view of where they're currently living. So anything you're going to provide them has to be at that standard. So they got themselves, and this is about 6 guys. They got themselves an old, disused mansion. Yeah, that the council wants to knock down. But because that's what they can get them, the court eventually had to buy them out. The council had to buy them out of that place again. So it was double. So not only did they spend money legally to get them out of the multi-million-dollar home, they spent another money to move them into somewhere else, now pay them to get them out of that place. So now the thing is, if you have a place that is empty or you believe it's going to be empty for an extended period of time, there's a business here that call themselves the guardianship. You pay them to go in and live in those houses. So you're paying them. But you could turn up tomorrow and tell them to leave. That's it.
I was thinking the same thing. That's when I said that I see a business idea. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So they don't have rights. You can pay them. They will live in the place. Any day you turn up, you get right back to your apartment.
I show up at a place with a lawyer and a client. The client owned the property. And when the client get there, I think the property was in foreclosure. When the client get there, there are people in the place asking the client, who are you? Somebody retrofit the property, turn the living rooms into bedrooms, renting out the entire property to people, cash only. And this man have to now try to get his people out, reclaim the property. I see that in my life, guys, and this is not something somebody make up to me.
Sound like a movie, man.
And as Adoso just said, given the homelessness in places like New York, if you go and make the law more stringent, where people could literally put you out fast, what do you think the homelessness would be like? How would the city try to house these people during winter and stuff? So the city prefer you deal with that. So this is not no easy thing.
Are they squatting in the properties, Mr. President, of the multi-millionaires?
Of course they're squatting.
Okay.
In some of them.
That's what I figure.
Sometimes, if it, as Adoso just said, you live it long enough and they figure it out, they get in there. You have to try to get them out.
This is a shame. I mean, but that person now, Mr. President, them a collect rent. Them not should turn over some of the money to you. Or, I mean, the landlord, the owner of the property, at least turn over something. Because you're here. If I know that I am not using the property and I'm getting some financial gain from it, I could see what we can work on. I could negotiate.
You don't know who collecting the rent?
Oh, Jesus.
They give you the lease. How you know the name on the lease is correct? And you could only pay cash or money order. Why you think they're not taking even check and stuff? How you
It's an
tracking them?
oh, Gila, Mr. President said it's an illegal dwelling and the landlord can
Yes.
be fined.
Yes. So sometimes you see the bill come in the mail for you, the city bill you, and it's like what? When you go somebody there using your house, you can't find the person. The tenants don't usually give them up. Sometimes the tenants don't even know their proper name.
Them just have rent from Smokey. Dr. Leslie Morning, go ahead.
And what madness I hear now? I know that I know about this. I know it's happened in Trinidad. It's happened to some problem. Let me tell you something. I would put a fart bomb connected to the vents, and I will pump them out. You hear? I will pump them out to the property.
But isn't that illegal? Don't you end up in court facing fines for doing that?
That's crazy. Well, they wouldn't know how the place smell in a poo. I don't know where the poo coming from. That is madness. Listen, monkey does know which street to climb, yes? Monkey does really know which street to climb.
Yes, Mr. President said they will lock you up from having unsafe living conditions for the squatters.
But that is madness. No, we need to change that law.
It
though,
needs
for
to be
real.
changed. We need the numbers.
That just does not make sense. That makes no sense.
So, Dr. Leslie, all the multi-millionaires who are able to pull the strings up in Washington and have legislation drafted, them can't come up with that.
It's not affecting them yet. When it affects them, they'll find a way to change the laws. Plain and simple. So let's go find Elon's place. How you mean? Let me go and sit down in Elon house. How you mean? What you gonna do?
You know what? There's a lot of property down here in South Florida, starting US 1, running US 1 south all the way north to Palm Beach. I'm sure I can find a couple mansions to go squat in and live life for a little bit.
There was a doctor when the
laws in Florida may be different.
And the tenant refused to leave and had to go to court. She eventually got her place back, but I mean, and the tenant was a lawyer who was trying to use the system to take illegal possession of the woman's house. Boy, not me, boy. This is why I stopped renting my place out and I sold it. I'm not dealing with crazy tenants because I actually had a lawyer one time who was making all these adjustments to the house. And
lawyer?
Yes, I put her out. But what I also found out, because she messed with the wrong one, I found out that she was on some kind of probation for drinking. She was alcoholic. And so when we were in the property, when I opened up my grill, there were a whole bunch of beer cans and so forth. And so when I charged her for the damage that she did to my property, she tried to say she will sue me and da-da-da-da-da. I said, well, you'll sue me and I'll just let the judge know in your probation case that you've actually been drinking. So how would you have it? Crickets. And she was like, yo, get out of my house. Get out. And there was no issue, but and this was in Arizona. So.
Wow.
Romans, it's also illegal to turn off the water and heat in the building if you have squatters. You cannot turn off the water and heat.
Why
you
not?
can't even turn off the light. It's illegal. You can't do it no more. That's illegal now, from my understanding.
Yeah. You cannot create an inhumane environment.
Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. Look, the rats and the cockroach are asking for all of that.
Listen, here's what. So I looked up in Florida, squatters' rights in Florida. In Florida, squatters can claim ownership of a property through adverse possession after openly, continuously, and exclusively occupying it for 7 years, paying taxes, and having a color of title. However, a new law, HB 621, allows property owners to request law enforcement to immediately remove squatters who entered unlawfully and refused to leave, bypassing the lengthy eviction process. Well, we do have a detailed breakdown of Florida squatters' rights. Dr. Leslie, I'm going to mute your mic 1 second here. Adverse possession requirements. So continuous occupation. A squatter must occupy the property openly, continuously, and without the owner's permission for a minimum of 7 years. Open and notorious. The squatter's presence must be obvious and not hidden. So you're not going to hide, say, yeah, squat, just squatting at the people in place. Exclusive possession. The squatter's use of the property must be exclusive, not shared with others, including the owner. So in other words, you can't come in my house, come stay with me and claim squatter's rights. Okay. Payment of taxes. The squatter must pay the property taxes during this period. Color of title. While not always required, having a document that gives the appearance of a legitimate title, even if it's not legally valid, can strengthen a squatter's claim. Huh? Hold on a second. Let me read that again. Color of title. While not always required, having a document that gives the appearance of a legitimate title, even if it's not legally valid, can strengthen a squatter's claims.
Oh, hold on. So you're saying they can use fake illegal documents to basically scam and game the system and someone out of their property?
And that's why it sounds
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a go.
And this is
Squatters
why,
and animals have more rights than in the
and Dr. Sharon, that is why they say, especially folks, if you own your property outright, especially elderly who work them 30 years and pay off for their homes, be constantly checking the records. And you can do it online. Constantly check the records to see that to see to it that there's no transfer of ownership. Because then we do it. They will have transfer of ownership done and you sit down and know what going in your house. This is madness. The laws need to be changed. I don't know who we reach out to, but the laws cannot continue like this. It is a disservice to people who work hard, who invest, who have to sacrifice, scrape to own them property. We're talking about, oh, hi, MJ. We're talking about here in the US. Not sure about Jamaica. Thank you for the follow. Not sure about Jamaica. Not 100% sure, right? But here in the US, this is madness. I can make up a fake title. Now, in Jamaica, I know that you can be paying the taxes on the property for a period of time, and that will allow you to be able to gain ownership of property. And that is why, folks, if you're overseas and you have your property in Jamaica, please make sure you're paying your taxes. If you can do it yourself, do it yourself. Stop give people the money to pay your taxes, because as long as them can prove that them pay the taxes, they can claim ownership of said property. Because they have the receipts. Be very careful. If you can pay your taxes online, yes, Dr. Leslie, whichever country you live in, if you are able to pay your property taxes online, do it. Handle your business. Because family and friend and stranger will do you dirty. You that give family your money to go pay property tax and then you find out the book box, then take with the property from you. Because you trusted them and you're not doing your due diligence. Handle as much as you can. If need be, sometimes it's best to pay the extra and go through a property management firm. Go right ahead, Ja.
So this answers the question that we spoke about a little while ago about why we may not allow family members and things to come and stay with us.
And there you have it. There you have it. How did we end up here? Don't even trust property management firms. They're negligent. There are some very good ones, Dr. Leslie, but boy,
There are, but don't put your trust, keep abreast of your business. Do not put your trust in anybody handling your business for you. And even with a property management company, you have to stay on top of it.
yes.
I made a mistake years back when because I was so busy with my practice in the Virgin Islands that I led the property manager, the company, which came highly recommended, but they let a lot of things fall through the cracks. So I actually fired them and got someone who was doing property management. She had a very small company, and she probably got tired of me because I wanted details. I want to know every cent you spend, you send me, and then let me know. I will approve everything, because that last company, it was larger, but this man didn't know the woman brought a dog in my house. He didn't know she cut a hole in the door. He didn't know none of that. And flooded I had to do remediation for the entire place because guess what? You understand? So pay attention to your business, because nobody minds your business better than you.
And not only for property management, even if you have a licensed financial planner handling your portfolies, you need to stay on top of those too.
Let me tell you about that one who tried to pay himself. And I looked at it, I said, what's this? He's like, well, nope. Put that money back in my account and you're fired. And I took him out of all of my stuff.
You're muted, Dr. Okay.
They just get crazy. So
yeah. You have to, that is true, folks. Even though you may hire someone, a professional or a business to handle your business, you have to keep tabs on them. It is your responsibility. Whether it is you dedicate yourselves, commit yourselves to a monthly meeting, a weekly meeting, a bi-weekly meeting, whatever it is. That way you keep fire to them. It is important. And if you are hiring a professional entity to handle your business and they're not forthcoming with you about certain things that are going on with your business, that's a red flag right there. That's a serious red flag. All right. So, boy, we shared a lot of information here, all from the article. Imagine we didn't plan to go down this road, right? The article about the Venezuelans in Miami who are facing deportation. And to think that the golf club is right over there in Doral. The golf club that he was at playing golf versus going to TPS has ended. There is a judge trying to put in an injunction. However, they're supposed to be deported. Yeah, but how about your president not showing up at the funeral of the service of the soldiers? What happened to them? No, we were just talking and we ended up in that that rabbit hole. He rather go golfing with the Saudis in Doral.
What soldiers?
The ones that died in Lithuania, that passed away in Lithuania.
Oh, they found them?
And the bodies were returned home. And the Lithuanians sent them off respectfully. They gathered.
He has already shown that he has no care of our military, so shouldn't be surprised.
None whatsoever. None. On the international scene, Kagame, Mr. President, your boy Kagame, tells countries sanctioning Rwanda to go to hell. This article, courtesy of JamaicaObserver.com, Rwandan President Paul Kagame on Monday said that countries sanctioning Kigali can go to hell. Weeks after some nations imposed the measures over Rwanda's involvement in the eastern DR Congo conflict. The Rwandan backed M23 group has taken swaths of the Democratic Republic of Congo, seizing and holding the eastern regional capitals, Goma and Bukavu, to international condemnation. United Nations experts have estimated that Rwanda has around 4,000 troops in the country supporting the M23. The European Union issued sanctions against three Rwandan commanders in March, following a similar decision by Washington in February against a government minister. If anyone comes around and thinks they can, they come and say, hey, we're going to sanction you. What? Go to Kagame told an audience during an event marking the beginning of commemorations for the 1994 genocide. You have your own issues to deal with. Go and deal with your own issues. Leave me to mine, he said, without mentioning any specific countries. Well, Britain, Canada, and Germany have also suspended some aid and limited export permits for trade. M23 recently took the town of Walikale, the furthest west it has pushed since its offensive in 2012. Oh boy. He and MTG went to the same school. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, mind your business. Paul Kagame said, mind your own business. You have your own business to deal with. What's up with your president over there in Rwanda, Mr. President?
I really hope they could get this whole thing sorted out in the Eastern Congo peacefully and let everything come to, because the Congo have been going through it. These conflicts have been going on forever. We really need to get them sorted out, man. In the interest of Africa, I think other African countries should play a keener role in it, because even the Congo bringing in the US to give them this security for minerals deal, we already know how that will go. But let's see what will happen.
Let's see what will happen indeed. Enough is enough over there. We need to have the quelling. But again, we have external forces or external individuals going over there for their personal interest. And as I said last week, until they remove themselves and stop interfering, there will be no peace in the East. Yeah, that's what it is. All right. Next up, where are we on the international scene? Burkina Faso. Total Energies sells its assets after a similar operation in Mali. Oh, according to what is this? I'm sorry, ornoirafrica.com. French oil group Total Energies is continuing its withdrawal from certain West African markets with the announcement on Tuesday, the 18th of February, of the sale of its assets in Burkina Faso to Chorus Investment Group, a company headed by a Burkina Faso businessman, Idrissa Nassa. This transaction comes a few weeks after the sale of its activities in Mali to Koli Energy Mali in partnership with the Benin Petro SA. That's according to information reported by the African Press Agency. The announcement of the sale was made by Badara, head of business development for West Africa at Total Energies, and this was at a meeting. Burkina Faso's Minister of Industry, Trade and Crafts said, we came to inform the authorities about the development of our portfolio in Africa and the conclusion of an agreement with a major player, to take over assets in the country. I wonder what's going on over there, why they are selling their assets. Is it because the Africans, when I say the Africans, I'm talking about all the countries that have oil that have been entertaining, yes, I'm saying entertaining foreign entities, and these foreign entities have long been taking advantage of said African countries with their imbalanced contracts, so to speak. Could it be now that the African leaders are waking up taking a different stance, wanting to be more in control, them not liking the terms of it, the terms of engagement, and so they're shifting. I don't know, strong possibility. And we don't like how we're being treated. We move away. In other stories on the international scene, Trump.
Possible.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's possible also that they are pressured to sell
Mhm.
in some cases, and then like with the countries demanding bigger share with transparency with market pricing, so that would kill a lot of the contracts. So it may not be as lucrative as it used to be. But the big one like the Barrack Gold and so on, they still they're still in there. They went back in Mali after all the hullabaloo about trying to sanction Mali and not paying, and the government is unfair. They're back operating. They're back operating, and they pay all the dues that the taxes that the government said they owed. So it's a game. And to put it in perspective, France was getting Niger uranium what about 80 something cents euro per kilo, and when they get kicked out, Niger is now getting what 200 euro a kilo, about that, the market price of uranium. So you could understand why some of them probably is disgruntled when they pull a lot of the contracts.
Yeah.
And then you see there is more incentive. So, for instance, in Burkina Faso, that guy that came in and buy it up, he's a successful Burkina Faso, if that's how you call him. And he comes in and invests. Besides buying up the mine, he invests some 70 something million into other aspects. I think is gold refinery or whatever it is. So now the landscape is more palatable for Africans in the diaspora and otherwise to come back to invest. And at least they won't get the benefit that we was giving away to some of these European companies that came out with some ridiculous stuff. Remember, don't forget, a lot of these companies got their contract from the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization that was signed by a lot of these African countries, where French businesses has the right of first refusal. And in most cases, they did not even determine the terms and conditions of the contracts. It was decided in France. So it's just a shaking up of everything. I wish to see all of them go.
Question, Mr. President. The right of first refusal, wasn't that because they were colonized and France had their hand around their neck, so to speak? For all these
Yes,
years?
as part of the independence, I think it's about 14 of them that had to sign that, and it has a whole heap of stuff. They had to store their extra reserve in the French central bank. They have to give them the French company the right of first refusal. I think France still stay in the military in advisory roles to train and advise the military and stuff like that. There is a lot of different things that comes with it.
Advise.
So it was just but he said it in the contract, the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization.
Can you imagine a colonization contract? That don't even sound right at all. In other news on the continent, the Trump administration revokes all South Sudanese visas in repatriation row. Huh? This comes to us courtesy of TheGuardian.com. The U.S. is revoking the visas of all South Sudanese passport holders and will stop any more of its citizens entering the country. The Department of State said South Sudan was taking advantage of the United States by failing to comply with U.S. efforts to return people to the East African country, adding that the measures would come into effect immediately. Every country must accept the return of its citizens in a timely manner when another country, including the United States, seeks to remove them. Christopher Landau, the Deputy Secretary of State, said the dispute related to one alleged South Sudanese national and claimed efforts to engage diplomatically with the South Sudanese government had been rebuffed. All visa appointments are cancelled. No new visas will be issued. No existing visas will be effective. And hence, no one from South Sudan will be entering the United States on a visa until this matter is resolved. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said Washington would be prepared to review these actions when South Sudan is in full cooperation. So hold on a second. All of this for one person? Based on an article, the dispute is relating to one alleged South Sudanese national. So because of one person, you take this harsh approach, not case by case? Nobody in, nobody, well, everybody, you can leave, but you just can't come in? Is this where we are? Wow. Donald Trump, who campaigned during the US election on an anti immigration platform, has pursued various methods to remove foreign nationals from the US since returning to the White House. But the move against US based South Sudanese is the first time he has targeted a group by citizenship with such a blanket measure. All right. A word to the wise. Even though you may be a naturalized citizen in the United States, don't get comfortable. That's all I'm going to say. Don't think you're safe. That's all I'm going to say. You may lose your rights. You came at the worst time. No, you did not, Spice. Isn't it news? What can we do? It's an awakening. It's an eye-opening for us. It's an eye-opening moment for us. We have to be in the know, literally. We have to know what's going on with other countries. And we cannot say, well, you know what, I'm not from Sudan, I'm not from South Sudan, so I'm good. We don't know when the tide will turn for any of us, for any of the countries we are from. Look at the poor penguins, getting reciprocal tariffs. I don't know what the penguins were exporting to us here in the US, and what they were importing from us. I really don't know. But those poor penguins got reciprocal tariffs, and that means that their dealing with the US was totally unfair. The US did not appreciate how the penguins were dealing with us. When we talk about trade, I don't know what we were trading with the penguins. I'm still waiting to hear. But we were trading something with the penguins. And whenever
penguin eggs.
And whenever we sent our goods there, they were tariffing our goods. They were treating us unfair, taking advantage of us. So I agree. I stand with the president with tariffing the penguins. It's about damn time. Somebody needed to stand up for us, and he did it. The penguins were importing ice cube chairs. I mean, enough is enough. Enough with those penguins, and have the audacity to be wearing tuxedos.
Oh boy, moments. I guess they looked better than him, so he had to tax them. They look rich walking around in tuxedos every day.
All day, and some of them wearing gold. I wonder if he offered them the gold card and they didn't want it because they're wearing gold. Some of them have the gold streak along the sides coming down the beak. I don't know what it is, but penguins.
We just assume they have a good reason for imploding the economy, because why else would you implode the economy? But then you uncover something like this and you realize, I'm not sure they even know what they're doing.
Every country on the list faces at least 10% tariffs. Even small, remote places like the Heard and McDonald Islands. They are near Antarctica and covered in glaciers, home to many penguins, but no people.
Yeah. We put a 10% tariff. We put a 10% tariff on an island that only has penguins? Trump would have been better off tariffing that island Tom Hanks got stranded on. At least it had one guy in that little volleyball he was f***ing. Is this a mistake? Look, I know old people butt dial strangers all the time, but this is the first time I've heard of someone butt tariffing an entire country. For more on these tariffs, let's go live to that uninhabited Penguin Island with Grace Kuhlenschmidt. Thank you. Grace, hold on. Wait, Grace, hold on. Why are you dressed like a penguin?
Because I'm a serious journalist, Michael. I wanted to embed myself with the locals to get the real story. And that's why I disguised myself as a penguin and learned their culture and mated with the hottest one.
The hottest one, but every penguin looks the same.
No, they don't all look alike, Jordan Klepper.
Wait. Okay, point taken. But Grace, I'm sure your reporting has shown that putting tariffs on the penguins is ridiculous.
Well, at first I too thought that Trump putting tariffs on this uninhabited island was a sign that he had suffered brain damage. But after spending a week here in negative 11 degrees and drinking lots of seawater, I totally see where he's coming from. The penguins are taking total advantage of America. We buy all their skins to make tuxedos, but have they ever bought any fish from us?
Okay, why would they buy fish from us? They're on an island surrounded by fish.
Yeah, but our fish comes in stick form. My grandfather was a fish stickerman. These penguins are the reason he lost his job. Also, he got me too'd. Plus, America makes a lot of other things penguins don't buy. Soybeans, natural gas, grenade launchers.
Okay, look, penguins don't need any of that stuff.
Oh, why? Because they're too stupid?
No, because they don't have thumbs.
Well, they don't have thumbs while they're f***ing me either, but they're doing that perfectly fine.
Okay, Grace. Okay. I think you've been in that suit too long. Why don't you just come home?
Costa, I have a family of penguins to look after. I'm a mother now, and oops, they just got eaten by a seal.
That was the Daily Show. That was the Daily Show. But listen to this. Listen to this one.
Hi. What? Okay. Hi, I am the founder and CEO of a US-based footwear company that has 12 US employees and has created fully convertible high heel technology. Where do you manufacture? Our product is obviously really unique, and so we require specialty injection molding, which is only really available at scale for footwear in China. Why? Don't you manufacture in the USA? So we actually don't have scaled footwear manufacturing or really apparel manufacturing of any kind in the US. Okay, well, I think we should. Yeah, I mean, that would be really great. We'd be able to manufacture in much faster times and have more direct control over our supply chain, but we physically don't have manufacturers here. Okay, well, what if I change your import rate from 10% to 99%? We still wouldn't have US manufacturers here. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it right now. Why? Look, I don't think we should be so reliant on China. So if you're going to insist on manufacturing in China, I'm going to charge you 99%. Okay, to be clear, I'm not insisting on manufacturing in China. It's just the only place I could manufacture. So not the USA? No, not right now. I mean, if you want to like invest in making some manufacturing facilities, it would probably take a couple of years and several $1 million. But if you want to do that, I mean, we could talk about it when those are ready. No, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it right now. But I mean, a 60 to 99% tariff could like bankrupt a lot of businesses. You should have thought about that before you started manufacturing in China. Again, there's not really anywhere else that could manufacture a product like that's what they specialize in as an economy. Okay, well, what about like, I don't know, Vietnam? Can you go to Vietnam? That would be better than China. As people in retail will tell you, it's actually not that simple. It's not apples to apples because like a production minimum in China is 200 pairs per shoe, for instance. And in Vietnam, it would be 3,000 pairs per shoe, because unlike China, they don't have their own material suppliers, and so they have to import all the materials from China still to just make them in Vietnam. And so it only makes sense to import them at that cost if they're doing it in bulk. So small brands that can't make 3,000 pairs per run would get squished. What I'm hearing is I should also tariff Vietnam. That's really not what I'm trying to say. Actually, why don't I just tariff everywhere and everything so that you have to make it in America? Again, that's not really an option. Look, if you're not manufacturing in America, you should be punished for that. Okay, so maybe just pay the tariff. All right. Okay, but business models are fundamentally built on product cost, and a 99% tariff would double our product cost. So it would fundamentally change our entire business. That is really sounding like a you problem. Okay, I mean, I guess I can try to figure it out. We already had to figure out, how to pivot through the pandemic and supply chain crisis and the last trade war and the recession. So, I mean, I can do another pivot. I can. Great, cool. Yeah, you do that. Would it be possible for me to get an SBA small business loan in the interim so that I can have some cash cushion while we figure this out? Are you profitable? Yes, we posted 18% profit last year. Is your business doing well? We grew 85% last year. Are you creating U.S. jobs? Yes, I have 12 employees and they're all U.S. citizens. Okay, are you a U.S. owned business? Yes, every owner over 20% is a U.S. citizen. In fact, 98.3% of the ownership is U.S. citizens. Whoa. That doesn't sound like 100. We do have 1.7% owned by a foreign investor. Can you give me their U.S. social security number? No, they're foreign. Okay, well then obviously I have to assume they are a foreign adversary and a massive threat to our country. No, they do business with the United States all the time. I obviously don't believe that. And so I want you to prove that 100% of the shareholders in your registered Delaware C corporation are U.S. citizens. I think you should have to get all of their socials. That's not the law. The law for a small business association loan is just owners over 20% have to be citizens. Yeah, I'm going to change the law. Wait. What if I buy out the foreign shareholder? No, I think that sounds like fraud. That sounds fake. That sounds like a scam. And so we're going to enforce a 6-month ownership look back. And so if you buy them out today, I'm not even going to care for at least 6 months. So what am I supposed to do exactly? Just manufacture in America.
You see how that sounds? Did they think about all of that? We've had that conversation here. I have gone as far as to say, if you want manufacturing here in the US, you had from 2015 until 2024 to get the ball rolling. Why did I say that time frame? Thank you, Julie. Why did I say that time frame? Because you've been talking about making it in America so we can make America great, but nothing was done to actually facilitate making things in America to make America great. You cannot shut off the switch over here when there's no switch on this side. It makes no sense. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
But they do that with everything, right? It's like concepts of a plan, right? The same thing with the Affordable Care Act. Have this whole plan to repeal it, but nothing to replace it, right? Same thing. They do the same thing over and over and over with these concepts. And it's just like even with immigration, right? Deporting people without due process. They didn't really plan this out. All they did was plan to scrape people out of wherever they are, throw them on whatever plane they can get them on, and land them wherever they land. Not even in their own place of where they lived or anything like that. And they have no planning, like none. My dog can do better than that. Give Jewel a job in the admin. Get rid of Musk and Jewel will take over.
Don't laugh, Dr. Lizzie. It's a serious thing.
But is it true? Because it's gone to the dogs.
But can I just say this? It is virtually impossible to uncouple economies. You can't, it's not going to work. We are in a this is going against globalization. It is impossible. I mean, without a body count. Let's just put it that way. Without a body count. And the thing that you're trying to make great will be destroyed because you don't understand how economics work and how we are in a coupled economies. We are married to other, they got the side chicks and all of that stuff, but there's a whole relationship globally. So it's going to be impossible to be America only. That's just not, that's some crazy, racist, xenophobic nonsense that just is not practical. It is not practical. It will not succeed. It will not work. And unfortunately, the people at the bottom and some at the top, and until the ones at the top really feel the fire, they would not insist on stopping this madness. But it's scary. And it's beyond scary.
It's beyond scary.
It's madness. You're looking at madness in operation.
Well, school is in session. Here is an example of how not to run a country, right? Here's an example of how not to ruin an economy, how not to ruin lives. Now, interestingly enough, he's threatening even more tariffs on goods coming from China, up an additional 50%. Now, I'm not sure if everybody remembers how Walmart started. Walmart started on the premise that it was American-made goods. How did that work out for them? Just American-made goods. How did that work out for them?
Listen, Wally is Beijing, okay? When you go into Wally's world, you're in Beijing.
Okay, why did they have to make it Beijing?
Cost. America don't have the capacity, nor do they have the workers who are willing to do the job.
Thank you.
We want the benefit, but we Americans in general don't want to do the work.
Thank you. Thank you. Middle America doesn't want to work. They don't.
But why would you want to work when the organizations prefer to send the jobs overseas so they don't have to pay?
But
you want to work for no pay?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Okay.
Capitalism. But remember, when Walmart started out, the goal was to increase manufacturing here in the US. It was American brands, and of course, hardly anybody went to Walmart back then. Walmart ran the numbers and realized, but this is not practical. This makes no sense. It's ruining our intention, right? We had a plan. It's not working so well. So Walmart had to pivot. 90%, if not more, of Walmart's goods comes from across the ocean, comes by boat.
But the other thing we have to look at is taxation, right? Because there are all of these tax umbrellas and these tax havens and these tax loopholes that these companies benefit from when they can play this game of, like, for instance, I know someone who keeps their residence in a certain state so that they avoid paying taxes because it's a no tax, right? The businesses do this on large scale. So, it's been working for the big man. So what's the problem?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people play the game. They play. Common sense. Yeah, President Trump issued a new ultimatum to China to rescind its retaliatory tariffs on the United States or face additional tariffs on 50% beginning on Wednesday. So something is wrong with this mindset that I can do something to you, but you're not supposed to have a reaction. You're supposed to just suck it up. Let me do what I want to do to you. And if you retaliate, that's a problem.
That's the very
But
definition
moments,
of
that's
bullying.
Hold on, Alexia. Hold on. Go ahead, Dr. Lezen, and over to you, Alexia.
I was saying that that's what colonizers have been allowed to do for time immemorial. This is the privilege that this person has had, and their cohorts have had all their lives. No accountability. I'm going to take what I want, and you can't say no. Right? No doesn't mean no, and it's essentially economic rape, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is part of the course. This is hashtag on brand. Nothing surprising here.
All right, hold that thought, Alexia. Let me go ahead and wrap up the online internet radio stream, and then I'll be back to take your comment. Bear with me one moment, please. Want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JahknoRadio.com. Don't forget to download the Jahkno Radio app, JAHKNO. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jahkno Radio, take us on the go. And a big thank you also to our listeners on madmusichouse.com. Any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another episode of Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. God willing, yes, God willing. Nothing is promised. All right, until then, I do invite you to join us on YouTube Live or on TikTok. And don't forget to subscribe. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Walk in love. We need a lot of love in this world. And we are officially off the air. Thank you so much for your patience, YouTube and TikTok. Go right ahead, Alexia. I know you wanted to say something. Go right ahead.
I was saying that that's a very definition of bullying, and unfortunately, it worked because in passing, I saw a news report that said that 50 countries has literally bent the knee. You
Did
get
they
me?
bend the knee though? Because remember, Western media has a way of writing articles to make it seem that way. Because remember, they're also paid for. They're bought. So did they really bend the knee? That's what I would love to know.
Well, according to them, 50 countries have contacted Trump to say that, look, we plan to drop the tariff on for your country. Let us renegotiate. Whether it is true or not, we have yet to see. Yeah.
Oh boy. Hold on a second. Hold on. 1 second. I'll bring back up her solo. Let's see what happens because just like they said what they said about Canada and Mexico. I don't know. We'll see what happens. They requested dialogue. And that is different from bending the knee. And that is why I said, wait, you see, the media is something else, They have a way with words. Because that headline now is going to make one feel, yes, see, they had to bow down to the US. Is that what's really happening, though? Is that what is really happening? One minute after the top of the hour. Thank you to everyone here with me on YouTube and TikTok. Just a reminder that Coffee in Toe is brought to you in part by grandcoffeehouse.com. Earn 20% off all coffee products. Shop at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. coffeeinto.com and use the code coffeeinto20 at checkout. Also brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, head on over to lormelskinfood.com. And to make it easier for you, you can just go to the website, the Coffee Into website. The link is in the bio, the Coffee Into bio. Let me say this. You see, good friend better than pocket money. Thank you, Niece. Niece pointed out something to me, which we worked on it on Friday as it relates to the linking in the bio here on TikTok and, making a connection with the website. Yeah. Thank you, Niece. Really appreciate that. Got to fix some things. So, the links have been fixed on TikTok, so you can go to the bio, click the Coffee and Toe link. It will take you to our website. Once you're there, you can go to the shop page and find the links for Lormel Skin Food as well as Grand Coffee House. Also, the link is there for TikTok, Lemonade, and YouTube. So we sorted things out. And for those of you on YouTube, we also invite you to head on over to Coffee and Toe website, the Coffee and Toe website. Rather, the link is in the description below the live video. Yeah. Another story, the Real ID deadline is looming, and many travelers are scrambling because they're confused. Here's what we know. This article, courtesy of CNN via WSBN. New Jersey woman Lauren Mills is one of many Americans scrambling to get an updated driver's license over the next 30 days to make sure she's still able to fly domestically after new federal rules go into effect on May 7th. That's the date the Department of Homeland Security is set to enforce the deadline for Real ID after years of pushing it back. So, Real ID state issued identification cards significantly strengthen identity verification, which is a linchpin in transportation security. That's according to a spokesperson for the Transportation Security Administration, the DHS Aviation Security Agency, whose officers check passengers' identification at U.S. airport checkpoints. Those IDs have many would-be travelers worried. So the ID has the star, and I checked my driver's license, and yes, I do have the gold star. Check your license, folks, especially if you plan to travel within the country, within the USA.
What's the deadline again? I need to check mine because I travel all the time.
I think it's May 17th or May
No,
7th.
May 7th goes into
Okay.
effect May 7th. Check
Yeah.
when last you update your driver's license, Dr. Sharon.
Dr. Sharon, that deadline passed for you long time.
No, I didn't.
How long ago you renewed your driver's license?
Oh, I don't know. A few years.
Look at me, because I renewed mine a few years ago and it was there. I didn't even know. I checked it out.
I'll check.
Yeah, I checked it last week. I was like, oh, okay, it's there.
I think
I'll
when
check.
you apply, at least in Virginia, you have to specify that you want the Real ID. They don't automatically give you Real ID.
Oh, really?
So it might be state dependent.
Because here in Florida, it's automatic, I guess, because I don't know. I
Yeah.
wasn't posed with that question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's automatic.
I'll check mine.
Automatic in Texas.
It's automatic
It
in
is?
Texas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not surprising because Texas and, Florida are brother and sister.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Now they kissing cousins. They kissing cousins.
It sounds like it's incestual.
It is.
So they don't come out looking right.
Inbred.
They come out looking like baby.
But it's true. It's true.
No lies told. No lies told. All right. So, everybody, gonna do me a favor. Check on the ID. Me I beg you, please and thank you. Whether you plan to travel or not, you never know what can pop up in your life, right? You have until May 7th for the real ID to go into effect, your real ID will have a star, a gold star on it. Get your driver's license updated, folks. It is what it is. Some things we just can't fight. We're going to lose. We're gonna lose. All right. Go ahead, Dr. Shah.
And yeah, no, even in response to no, I travel for locums, and since this whole immigration craziness, I've actually been taking my passport with me. So yeah,
I
but
actually
but I
always
definitely
travel.
will. Huh?
I was saying, Dr. Chan, I always travel with my passport. I don't know what it is. I guess because when I was on the island, I never knew when I would hop on a boat and head over to another island that was not a U.S., territory. So just out of, I don't know, it's been decades now that I literally use my passport as my ID. I never used my driver's license to travel.
Yeah, no, I use my driver's license if I'm traveling within the United States. Only like since basically January, I've been, taking my passport with me for travel too. So,
Girl, you
but
should
yeah,
take it because you never know when if you meet Mr. So and so, right, in Wisconsin, he just want to hop on a quick 2-day Paris trip. You don't have to go back to Texas to get your ID.
Facts. Tell her that.
I'm just saying, you got to
you
stay
are
ready so you
correct.
don't have to get ready, baby.
You are correct about that. Yeah, you're correct. Yes, I've been taking my passport with me.
And please see to it that Joelle has her passport.
So wait, no, Dr. Sharon, say I'm correct about that. I'm correct about Mr. So and so. Was that the case?
What? You never know. I want to be flued out.
Yeah,
You want
flued
to get
out.
flued out?
I want to get flued out.
Olaroy.
Boy,
You
you wouldn't
see?
let that pass you in, Dr. Leslie.
Mouth
I was
open, jump.
deliberate. I was ignoring it.
No, I ain't let it pass. Mouth open, Tory jump out.
Right?
You see?
I know she can't stop giggling.
I know, right? She giggle,
You know what? Let
giggle.
me go mute.
No, don't go mute now. The cat, literally the cat out the bag. Hey. Meow, meow. Meow, meow.
So, listen to this. Hold on. Fox News has a post on their Twitter page. Right? Let me go ahead and read this. Guacamole. Attorney General Pam Bondi torches Democrats on Fox News Sunday for wanting to keep an MS-13 thug in the U.S., even after one was caught putting up drywall in the Villages, Florida, where the dress code is famously optional. So her code is, the best thing to do is get these people out of our country. And when that first plane left and landed in El Salvador, there were 261 reasons why Americans were safer. By the way, isn't there a 11 o'clock tonight deadline to bring back that gentleman?
Yep, and what the current administration is now doing is appealing to the Supreme Court to block that. They are asking the Supreme Court to leave him there. I don't understand why. I don't understand it.
That
It's
makes
not
no
right.
sense. That makes no
I'm
sense.
okay. I'm okay with deporting criminals. People who are hardened criminals, I'm okay with it. Okay, if this was that, but this is not that, and they have not proven it, and they have actually admitted that they made a mistake. So if you made an error, why wouldn't you correct it?
Something tells me something is wrong. Something is wrong.
You don't, girl, something been wrong. Go check the neurotransmitters. You gotta check what's transmitted in the brain, honey. Something definitely wrong. I don't understand it. This is so sad. But
is he in the land of the living?
That's a good question. That's a good question because he was the reason he fled his home country was because the gangs were after him.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got these gang members in that prison.
I have concerns. Why is
Man, let me
it?
tell you something. Jill,
Oops,
listen, the
oopsie,
righteous indignation in me.
oopsie. That's what they're saying. Oopsie. Oh, we can. Yes, you can send a plane for him.
Little Marco was just down in that region. Where little Marco?
He could
Little
have
Marco was just little Marco was just down there. Little Marco can fly right down to Nicaragua and get this man out if little Marco wanted to. I don't understand.
They know where he is. They know he was sent there inadvertently, but they're going to say they can't get. It's impossible to get him back. The only reason it would be impossible to get him back is if the man has been unalive.
Yep. You know, I didn't even think about that, but you are so right. Because I couldn't understand why they would be so. Why wouldn't you want to get him back? But you see, this is not about deporting criminals. This is about making this country less brown. So brown as far as they're concerned, and this is one less brown person and one less brown sperm that could make more brown people.
In other news, hold
on,
on, let me turn my volume up here. In other news, mute up the Dr. Leslie for a minute, please.
Also firing the Army, Navy, and Air Force JAGs. In some ways, that's even more chilling than firing the 4 stars. It's what you do when you're planning to break the law. You get rid of any lawyers who might try to slow you down. Your response to her?
I don't know who Rosa is and what her hyperbole is all about. Ultimately, we want lawyers who give sound constitutional advice and don't exist to attempt to be roadblocks to anything that happens in their spots.
Also firing the Army, Navy, and Air Force JAGs. And
so let me ask a question. What's the point of going to law school then and becoming a lawyer if your responsibility is to uphold the law? Go ahead, Ja. That was Pete Hegseth, by the way. He accidentally, I don't think it was accidentally, he admits that they fired all the military attorneys, so there will not be any roadblocks to anything. Go ahead, Ja. Go right ahead. Where Ja went? I was sure Ja came off mic. So you fire the people. Oh, you got a call. You fire the people. Go ahead, Ja. Go ahead. Your mic is open, Ja. Don't know if that's intentional or not. Y'all hearing me?
She's on the phone. She said she got a call.
Yeah, but okay, let me mute her mic because I don't want her to. Her mic is showing open to me. Okay, thank you. All right, next, listen to this one.
Buy the things those Chinese peasants. We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
You heard that? Let's listen to that again.
We borrow money from Chinese peasants.
Oh, and that's JD Vance speaking. One more time.
We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
That statement is so inflammatory to me. When I heard that, I was like, why do we have to go out of our way to say that? Peasant has connotations, horrific, ugly, disparaging connotations. That to me was the whoa moment of this whole thing. You're already in a spot where you've got a vote in the House where Republicans were voting against this very thing, saying that you can't do tariffs because that's effectively a tax and that's the purview of Congress. And now you've got this weirdly inflammatory rhetoric coming from the vice president, while in my opinion, they should be doing damage control. That one hit me real weird. That was a sour note for me.
We borrow money from Chinese peasants to...
I didn't know Chinese peasants have money to lend.
But they thrive on the derogatory, you know. They thrive on othering people, and this is time and time again. The more you can other and dehumanize a person, the easier it is for you to treat them dishonorably and inhumanely, because now the narrative is so cemented in your psyche that these aren't real people. These aren't really people of honor. These are less than, and they're beneath us. And so when you believe that, and then there are people who believe it, even looking our own lives and how we have designated people, and ask ourselves, well, how did that designation come about? What was said about those people in our presence over and over and over again? Because the more you say illegal alien, illegal alien, illegal alien, that's a dehumanizing language. And so now when you take these quote unquote illegal aliens and you throw them out wherever, nobody throws up a fit because they're illegal aliens. They aren't humans. See, time and time again, in every bit of war, you look, and the current situation happening now in a country out in the Middle East, where you use language to describe a people as dogs, as you put in the noun. And that's what he's doing. He's vile. That's what he's doing.
Chinese peasants. So if you look at them as peasants, you look down on them, you're dehumanizing them. Why would you borrow money from them?
Can you imagine if these Chinese peasants decided that enough is enough? Pack up them bag and say, when I wait for deportation, we're leaving. Huh? Can you imagine? And if you're saying the Chinese peasants, them have enough money for you borrow, can you imagine their oligarchs? They could have easily toppled the American economy if they wanted to, right? Why do they play with fire so? Why is that them so brazen? Oh, them so brave. I'm not. When did we reach this bridge? Cross the and bunny back out. What? And then cross the bunny and then bunny back at them. They think because they're in there for 4 years, it's going to be forever.
Ah, Alexia.
That's their plan, though.
They're using it forever.
That's their plan. So it's a lesson in declarations, right? And you see yourself where you want to go, and then you take on the language of your destination. That's what they're doing. They take on the language of where they see themselves, which is to have perpetual power. But there's a God in heaven.
I think it's embarrassing to them. I think he embarrassed himself, because if you have to borrow money from a peasant, what does that say about you? And then you have to buy stuff that the peasant is making. So imagine the peasant is wealthier than you.
Okay.
But you think you're insulting your own self. It's degrading to you to say you have to borrow money from a peasant.
But are the Chinese paying attention? Is China paying attention to the words?
China don't get involved in small talks.
No,
China stick to their plans. They have their goals. They stick to it. And while we're busy here making statements, they're busy establishing new markets, diversifying throughout the rest of the world, leapfrogging us in EVs and every other technology, educating their kids and giving free education and higher education and all the stuff while we're cutting books and so on. And one day we'll wake up and realize the Gucci belt fall off our waist, and now we officially a third world country.
Here's the thing, Mr. President. What if China gets up tomorrow and said, you could have tariff from now till next year. We're no longer exporting anything to your country. Nothing, zero, nada. We're not going to make anything that you need so that you can finish up the end product over there, we are cutting all trade. Bye-bye. All of your companies, your US companies that have shops set up over here, got to go. Get out.
That
We're
will not happen
peasants.
because it will tank the Chinese economy also.
We understand that, but what if it's a risk they're willing to play and take
They
on the
wouldn't.
rest
The
of the
Chinese are
world?
not stupid people. They know it's just 4 years. They'll ride this out. But guarantee you, at the end of the 4 years, they will be even in a much stronger position than they are now. They wouldn't do anything that would hurt them. They would take all the insults and carry on as business as usual, and they will still come to the table and make deals with you and so on, and continue to grow. The Chinese that don't get sidelined by nonsense. Look at the history. The Chinese don't get caught up with all this. They just stay quiet. They do what they have to do strategically, and they keep going. You say what you want, they still continue to count the money. That's how they operate. They know what is in their best interest. They wouldn't do it.
That's like doing a deal with the devil. Not that I'm calling you as the devil, it's a term that's used. Huh. Interesting. All right. Thank you to everyone for tapping up the screen. Thank you for the gifts. And thank y'all for gifting Alexia. Because yes, there was Alexia's birthday. And of course, there was no coffee until yesterday. So me thank you very much for gift her, sending the gifts to Alexia. All right. The only thing we need for the coffee into is tap up the screen. And the goal for today was 2 subscribers. We got 1. We just need 1 more subscriber to meet today's goal as we are on the path to 20 subscribers by the end of the week. So we just need 1 more subscriber to coffee into today. All right. Boy, Mr. President, you're absolutely right. You know, I'm just throwing it out there. Me just throw it out there. Them not gonna do it. Them not gonna cut off them nose to spite them face. They know how to ride the storms, right? They are in it for the long haul. There is greater gain to be had, right? Them know this is temporary. It is. But the audacity, and more you're seeing how the representatives of the Republican Party think about people. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now you have Vance calling the Chinese peasants.
Borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the borrow money from Chinese. We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
That statement is
So we borrow money from the Chinese peasants with scorn and disdain in his voice.
So disrespectful. So disrespectful. And then anyone that open up their mouth and say boo, they want to throw in jail, or they want to deport them, or they want to take their visa status, or they just sit back and say they start being Karens and Mikes.
You know, so as he put in the chat, bet he won't say that about India. I bet he will.
I agree with you, Moments.
He will. I worry about his wife. I know you have said why worry about her. How old is she? Dr. Sharon, we need to schedule an appointment with you for her. Ja, why you laughing? Me not like how
I'm
you're
not
laughing.
a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychiatrist.
Not for the psychiatry part. The other side of your
For what?
business. She needs a
Oh,
little
Lord.
baba boom. She needs some, you know. She need she look a little, you know. She's younger than me, but look older than me.
She look down, as we would say.
What can you do for her? What can you offer her? What we need to set an appointment for her. I'm worried about her. Let's fix up the exterior and then work on the interior. Just stop the laughing.
You know, so her soul so she need.
Right?
I'm her trying to take things one step at a time. You gone all the way over the D word. You gone.
That's what revived me and made me look younger. I'm just trying to help her out. I'm just trying to help a sister out.
Say it again.
Run while you
Say it
can.
again.
Run while you can. Run while you can. Hurry. Don't take too long.
On the wrong for that, you know. On the wrong for that. On the don't. On the sure.
Well, but even Vance look, I don't know. How old is he? 40? Him look old.
I don't know, but I'm trying to look up your business because we need to get her into your doors.
Oh, we need a spy? Is that what we need?
She needs some aesthetic services, is what Moment is implying.
Yeah, because Dr. Sharon has an aesthetic business, and I need to get her through the doors so that. So
send her some. Start with sending her some. Gift her with some Lormel's Cersei soap. No, wash her face.
So I don't know, does she need wellness shots? Okay, here is what Dr. Sharon offers, okay? Dermal fillers, Botox, PRP, facial rejuvenation. I think I want to start there, the facial rejuvenation. There's also hormone therapy, IV therapy, and wellness shots. I think it's a facial rejuvenation for me. Ja, but you're the one there laughing.
Woman, the lady just want, listen, yesterday Cersei, they were saying I soap and then body they use. She need to give Vance some bitter wood for drink. Oh,
not understanding. We not like, I don't like
yeah. Need to go bathe in some quark or bush and some young chicken. You hear? They need some chicken back soup. You get me? They need little rice and peas. Let them need a fried chicken lunch. You hear me? Like McDonald's, they in their problem. They need some roast breadfruit. They need some roast yam and saltfish. You get me? They need little fish tea. And that are them people that problem they malnourished and then behave that way. So that they need something from the inside out.
So until we can get them all of that, I want us to make a start, you know? So I know Dr. Sharon traveled, so we could have her travel to her and give her the PRP facial rejuvenation. Let's give her some dermal fillers and some Botox and some wellness shots. Then we get her a whole package so she can take care of her skin. Tighten up the skin a little bit. Keep it looking.
We're not sending her jack. They don't want no immigrants around them. They don't need the services that and the wisdom and our ancestry herbs. They don't need nothing. Nada. Zilch.
Vince of worm. Vince of worm. You know, say parasite can make you behave akin to your normal nature. The man of worm. The man of hookworm, lungworm, tapeworm, dogworm.
He don't need any of our ancestry.
They want worm or
herbs.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about his wife. I'm concerned. I'm deeply concerned.
No, like seriously. Back in the day, when you wanted to have an interracial marriage, what did your grandparents or your family say to you? Right? This world is tough, baby. Right? And if you want to take this step, you're going to have to accept what comes with that step, the consequences that come with that step. So if that's how she's going to look with those consequences, so be it.
She's only 39 years old.
Why don't she walk across the street and go ask Melania what she does?
And
she can easily just walk across the street and ask Melania, what do you do to stay so beautiful and young? You know, Melania's going to tell her, I stay away from him.
That part, Rosolo.
That's what Melania's going to tell her. I stay away from him as much as possible.
Because she look older than Melania now. Melania is 54. By the way, Melania's birthday is coming up this month. Should we invite her to the party we're having?
No, she's not invited.
What do you mean this month? What do you mean this month? Which part of the month? Which part-time moments?
It's awful enough.
As I said, we haven't seen Melania since 1996. And when we saw the person in the big hat inauguration, they were not sure if it was her because we couldn't see under the big hat. So she
Even
stayed
hold
far.
hands.
She wouldn't even give him a hug. She don't touch him. That's what she does. I stay as far away as possible. And when in the public eye, I'm tapping as I'm speaking. I'm tapping as I'm speaking. And when we're in public, you'll see that I still try to remain as distant as possible. As distant as possible. Don't touch him.
Me not like her.
It will rub off.
Melania's birthday is the 26th of April. And because she's the first lady of the United States, we are going to be celebrating her birthday too, coming up this Friday.
Lies do tell. The lies.
Melania's a Tauran. She's a Tauran. That's why she stays so far from him. You see, me like my girl. Yeah, me know, me just feel something about her. Yeah, man, stay far from him. Even in public.
If Melania was ever an Aries, Donald Trump wouldn't exist. I'm just saying. I'm done.
Oh, wow. Anyway, Usha, darling, I'm a little concerned because even your mother look younger than you. So I am going to book an appointment. It might take me emptying out my little savings. I am going to book an appointment to fly Dr. Sharon over to you so you can get the PRP facial rejuvenation. I might have to go down to South Beach and find a club to work at just for, might take me longer because I'm older. Give me 3 months to come up with the money. PRP facial rejuvenation, hormone therapy, wellness shots, and see if we can get you
I didn't want to.
Her birthday's on the 26th. Her birthday's on the 26th, Crystal. That's end of Aries. And Jaylee said Vance is using up all of her makeup. That is why she ran out of makeup. She needs that Etsy, the Etsy monthly service where they send you the sample, the travel in a little bag, and she can. It's just I'll check it out for her.
Ozzy, see me correct that real quick and say me have to go down to one club down at South Beach, go look at work. But give me 3 months, right? 3 months.
I didn't want to interrupt the free advertising for Dr. Sharon, but you do not want to get anywhere near them because they may send you back home. So you need to move on to the next story. You need to move on to the next story.
Here's the thing, Ja. Sending me back home is not a loss to me. They would be doing me a favor.
Same here. After I'm gonna drop from Holla Tree.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Even if I want like a 1-room shack when I go back home to me have somewhere to go. So doing that for me would be a favor.
Empty.
Again, anybody, besides being an OBGYN, if you need any of the following: wellness shots, IV therapy, hormone therapy, PRP facial rejuvenation, Botox, dermal fillers, or anyone who may need any of those services, I strongly recommend Dr. Sharon Smith. She is a highly skilled and board certified obstetrician gynecologist. She can check out your chocho same time too, with over 15 years of experience in women's health. For the past 5 years, she has expanded her practice to include aesthetic medicine. Right? So, you get a 2 for 1. Fix your face, fix your body, fix your front. Let's keep it moving. A 3 for 1, Mimi.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for the plug.
Well, Mr. President, somebody who could benefit because you're laughing there in the comments, I don't know if she do anything for men, but
men do get Botox too.
Okay,
they do.
So there you go. There you go.
Yeah, hair replacement therapy, PRP. The P shot is another one that I do for a lot of men. Or we can talk about that another time.
Another time. There you go, Mr. President. You can help you too. You're not too far gone beyond repair.
Did she say the P shot?
Yes, ma'am. P shot for men,
Wow.
O shot for women. Yes, ma'am. I've been doing that since 2018.
Well, unfortunately and fortunately, I don't need your services, Dr. Sharon, but I so appreciate you and I will advertise for you.
Well, thank you.
Lord have mercy. I tried, but they shut me down. Usha, I still got you, girl. I got you. I got you. All right, moving right on.
That's what's wrong with us. Too much empathy for other people.
Oh, jeez, Javed, we said we are Christians, so we have to move Christ-like, right?
Don't even bring
Christ died
into
for
this.
all. Christ died for all of us, regardless of how bad we did stay. And yeah.
Did you get that from the Trump Bible?
Get what? That he
The
died for all for us?
The Bible has been used and abused for years. And yes, I believe in the Almighty, but I am not calling on him for this one. Sorry.
Do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. You know, we have to.
I am doing unto them. They want all the immigrants gone. They want to make America great. I am doing unto them. They don't need to know any of our ancestral remedies.
But we have a lot of Indian remedies incorporated with the African remedies. Jack?
Yes, that is especially us in the Caribbean. The Indians are part of our ancestries as well.
One abbey seed name go make we, lose ourselves. One abbey seed, one for your wife and one for the husband. Well, if we extend, we could help more while we see them a struggle like that, yeah?
So,
with my trip.
Lord have mercy. So, per what we were just talking about, yes, and it's such a shame. Let's go ahead and read the article, courtesy of CNN via WSVN, where Trump has asked the Supreme Court to block the order requiring the U.S. to bring back man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. President Donald Trump's administration urged the Supreme Court today to block a lower court order requiring officials to bring back a man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador back to Maryland. The emergency appeal over Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran national, landed at the High Court hours before 11:59 p.m. Oh, it was this. Oh, okay, it's tonight. Yeah, the deadline established by the lower court. Trump attorneys have conceded in court filings that the administration mistakenly deported the father of three because of an administrative error, but said it could not bring him back because he is in Salvadoran custody. His case has added to the already considerable legal scrutiny over White House efforts to deport immigrants without a hearing or review. The Justice Department told the Supreme Court ordering officials to return the man is unprecedented, as it sounded now familiar themes arguing that federal courts are overstepping their power. So what are you going to tell his children? Abrego Garcia was in the country illegally, but an immigration judge in 2019, after reviewing evidence, withheld his removal. That meant that Abrego Garcia could not be deported to El Salvador. A gang in his native country, the immigration judge found, had been targeting him and threatening him with death, with unaliving because of his family's pupusa business. For the next 6 years, court records show, Abrego Garcia lived in Maryland, checked in with immigration officials annually, and was never charged with a crime. But Abrego Garcia wound up on one of three planes bound for notorious prison in El Salvador, and that was on March 15. Oh, Jesus, have mercy.
How you going to sit there and say that the federal courts are overstepping when everything that you've done these past X amount of days have been overstepping? You see what I'm saying? Nah, I'm sorry.
So the panel rejecting the appeal was Judge Stephanie Thacker, an appointee of former President Barack Obama, Judge Harvey Wilkinson III, an appointee of former President Ronald Reagan, and Judge Robert King, an appointee of former President Bill Clinton.
And let's pay attention to those three names, because next week you're going to hear that somebody's going to try to take their jobs.
I don't know what is it that there is something that we're not privy to there, because this is making absolutely no sense, and I've been trying to wrap my head around it. Why are they adamant to block the order to have that gentleman returned to his family after openly admitting to the mistake of having him deported? An administrative error. All we've been having is errors upon errors upon errors upon errors. And now, before we even get on to the next segment, we have the Health and Science News, RFK Jr., errors, mistakes. When is enough enough? But let's talk about this one. What's the plan? Because this don't make no sense. You send the man to El Salvador. The court said to bring him back by 11:59 p.m. And instead of working to bring him back, you're saying you want to block the order? There is something going on that we don't know. This man must have done something that we don't know about. Somebody who is adamant about him staying there has beef with this man. Has to. Because unfortunately, we have petty politicians all over Washington. Something is off. It's just not making sense. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. I don't know. You're going to get a timeout, niece. You're going to get a timeout. Makes no sense. A family. He has 3 children. The man there are doing supposed to do. Show up at his check-ins. Oops, been a mistake, but let him stay there. We don't care. How would you feel if you were mistakenly caught up and then your family and you were told, sorry, we're not going to bring you back. You have to stay where you are. How would that make you feel? Anybody up there in Washington, how would you feel? Anybody who agrees to block this, to have the order blocked, how would you feel if that happened to you or any family member of yours? You'd be okay with it, right? Or would you be working arduously to have it reversed? Go ahead, Alexia. No, this don't make no sense. Don't make no sense.
Listen, they deporting this man is a win for them. And they're now going to repeal at the win there. Okay? Them deporting that man. Remember saying, there was a press conference, and I don't know if you guys saw the video, there was a press conference, where I think it's the press secretary come out and said, listen, the man is a leader of a gang. He was convicted. He was this, he was that. And there was a reporter in there that says he was not convicted of anything and he was not a gang leader. What are you talking about? The woman said, have you done your research? And she turned back to the reporter, turned to her and said, have you done your research? And all she was doing is dismissing. He's a gang leader.
Go ahead, Ozzy. Now, Ozzy says he has a few theories. Go right ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, I have a few theories. I believe that certain partnerships and deals were made with some of these countries that these people are being sent to. So I think that's one area. Two, I believe that if they allow him to come back, then he has to be tried, and he would then have his rights acknowledged in the US. So then he would also be sort of a witness to everything that's going on, because in a lot of these cases, people aren't treated humanely. So then that causes an even bigger issue. Then this is illegal. So imagine the type of compensation that he would then be eligible to receive if he wins the case, which then sets the precedent for X amount of people, because they're not clearly checking people. So that's how I see it.
You're right. I agree with you. I agree with, your alleged statements. I definitely do. You don't want to set a precedent. That's what it is. Because you blundered and you know that it is going to be costly. And yes, I think they're paying the El Salvador and whoever owned the prison $6 million a year to keep the prisoners there. So El Salvador is selling prison space, $6 million a year. What are the terms of that arrangement?
But imagine that $6 million a year, right? But yet they don't want to pay for the dog food and the health services for the service animals that help to protect the country.
Crazy.
Obama, it was reported today, played 250 rounds of golf. Everything's executive order because he doesn't have enough time because he's playing so much golf. Obama ought to get off the golf course and get down there. I'm going to be working for you. I'm not going to have time to go play golf. He played more golf last year than Tiger Woods. That plays more golf than people on the PGA Tour. I love golf. I think it's one of the greats, but I don't have time. If I were in the White House, I don't think I'd ever see Turnberry again. I don't think I'd ever see Doral again. I'm not going to be playing much golf. Believe me, if I win this, I'm not going to be playing much golf.
We have some big news right now. Alarm bells are going off within legal communities after J.D. Vance, the vice president, and Elon Musk are now suggesting that the executive branch could simply disregard a federal judge's ruling, essentially dismantling the separation of power in the United States. This is as serious of a video I could really make right now. J.D. Vance just now tweeted out, if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general on how to use her discretion, that would be illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. And Elon Musk, on his part, tweeted out, quote, I'd like to propose that the worst 1% of appointed judges, as determined by elected bodies, be fired every year. This will weed out the most corrupt and least competent. There's a separation of powers in our nation. The judiciary, the executive, and the legislative are separate for a reason. And it's meant to prevent constitutional crisis. And legal experts online are now sounding off the alarm, saying that these tweets could set up the precipice of a constitutional crisis where the Trump administration disregards a lawful judicial order. I'll do a full.
This is madness. This is madness. I don't know what else to say. It's utter madness.
I kind of agree with some of that though, but then the criteria has to be well defined. For example, if you have people like what's his name? He's one of the Supreme Court judges, and his wife was part of the January 6th thing. according to certain criteria, he would be one of the bad judges that needs to be removed, because clearly that's a conflict of interest. And then he's been taking money from all sorts of parties. So, yeah.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know, Ozzy. It, but okay. I have another video, folks. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, we already know that they don't care about. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Ja, Dr. Sharon, Dr. Keisha, anybody else over there in Texas?
Wait a minute. This is real. Texas can now give you a DUI for having too much coffee. Yes, apparently being overly caffeinated can lead to side effects that Texas claims can lead to dangerous and reckless driving. Okie dokie
You need to
then.
kiss my ass.
Because, that's the biggest problem they're facing in Texas. What's the field sobriety test for overly caffeinated? That's what I want to know. Like, the officer pulls you over, license and registration. Have you had any coffee today, ma'am? How many cups of coffee have you had? Like, what do they do if they see like your day old Starbucks or like Dunkin' iced in the cup holder there? Like, oh no, is that probable cause? Like, there's no breathalyzer for caffeine, is there? Like, Texas, really? Really? Wait a minute.
So yeah, it is real.
I was just going to say, one, I don't believe that. But even if so, I've never drank a cup of coffee in my life. So that's one less thing I can take off of my mirror that I have to put on when I step out my door every day. I bet you if I drive with my gun sitting up on the dashboard, they won't have no issue. My pew-pew sitting up, they wouldn't have an issue at all, right? But I literally on Saturday, I was driving to the pharmacy, and this man pulled up next to me in his truck, and he sat at the light and he lit up his joint and he puffed on it, and he had it and his hands hanging out the side of the window, just like people do with their cigarettes. And I looked at the man and he looked at me, and then he puffed again and he just kept going. Nobody pulling him over for that?
Well, Ja, I'll let you know from now. I will not be coming to Texas because I drink coffee. I drink a lot of coffee.
You won't be driving when you come here, so you ain't got to worry about it.
Yes, folks, driving while caffeinated in Texas is now a crime.
I tell you, these people don't have no. Where did their common sense go?
They have nothing to do. I'm convinced. They have nothing to do.
I don't.
Go ahead, Popsicle. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think there are a lot of persons that are heavily coffee drinkers, right? They drink way too much coffee. I don't know how they're going to measure it, right? I don't know how, but I believe.
Okay, so excuse me.
Hold on.
Hold
Let
on.
him finish,
What
Dr.
is
Shah. No, man,
coffee?
let him finish, Dr. Shah. Let him finish. Come here, man. No.
Okay.
Because
Let me.
Go ahead, Popsicle. Go ahead. Finish off.
So we do know that, of course, coffee, of course, creates a lot of energy, and it creates, not only does it boost your energy and whatever, but it does a lot of harm too, right? I believe some of the road rages that are happening on the roads, coffee is part of the causation for that.
It's not coffee, it's those sports drinks that people drink here
That
for
too.
breakfast. It's
You
not
could
coffee.
include that. You could include that too. I have no problem with that.
Popsicle.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Dr. Shah.
People have been drinking coffee from the beginning of time. Okay, road rage has only become a problem within maybe the last 20 years or so.
I remember my grandfather, my great grandfather drank coffee. My grandfather drank coffee. My dad drank coffee. I mean, none of them had road rage. In fact, well, my great grandfather, he didn't drive. He did have donkey rage. I mean, this is silly to think that you're gonna pull somebody. How are you gonna measure how much caffeine? Does the caffeine make you intoxicated? Like, what is the problem with the caffeine?
So here's the thing, Dr. Sharon. If you're gonna penalize people who drink coffee, you gotta penalize people who drink Coca-Cola and any soda that has caffeine. You're gonna have to penalize people who eat chocolate. You're gonna have to penalize people who drink those energy drinks, right? Because the level of caffeine in them is crazy. So where do we draw the line?
Who's the name of the person that made this stupid, ridiculous law? That's right. I said it out loud.
Hold on, let me pull up back the thing. Where is it? I have to go back.
They don't have no sense.
You over there. Darian says all my grandparents in St. Anne drink coffee morning, noon, and night. And listen, if I've been drinking coffee since I was about 12 or 13. I'll never forget my first time drinking coffee. We were on a flight from, it was either Costa Rica to Panama or Costa Rica back to Miami. It was me and my parents. And I remember the smell of coffee. I always loved the smell of coffee. I remember turning to my mom and I'm like, can I please have a cup? And she's like, okay. I drink sometimes 3 of them big hell of a mug a day. I don't have a problem. It don't affect me at all. I've never behaved in a way that's unbecoming because of coffee. I tell you something. Because of the lack of coffee, I act a fool.
So let me tell you, I have maybe 1 to 2 cups of coffee daily. I can literally have a cup of coffee and go to bed. It does not affect me in any way, shape, or form. Coffee for me is more like a comfort drink. It doesn't keep me up. I don't drink it to stay awake. I don't drink it to wake up or anything. It just become part of like my repertoire for my mainly my either coffee or tea, like tea, right? Lipton, because I grew up on tea. Red Rose or Lipton were what my parents bought. So between that and coffee, and I'll alternate, is what I drink in the morning. So, and it's just part of my repertoire because I've been doing it for forever. But it does not affect me negatively. I don't get a withdrawal headache if I don't have it. It doesn't make me jittery at all. It doesn't keep me up. It actually I don't even know if it makes me if I diarrhea because of coffee. I don't know. But yeah, but if you're gonna start coming for coffee, then you gotta come for any other drink, any other beverage, anything else that has caffeine in it. I'm better lay off of the coffee.
So here's my stance on that, right? Everything that done in moderation is okay. Fine. What he's talking about, or they're talking about, is the excess usage. No, for you.
So,
for you.
Hold on. No, but wait.
Dr. Shah, make him finish.
Sorry.
Make him finish. Go ahead, Popsicle.
For you drinking a cup of coffee, maybe in the morning, right? Maybe, of course, whatever for lunch with a coffee, fine. And you might have one during the night to go to your bed, fine. That's a you. Just like someone could say, well, I drink rum in moderation. I drink it in the first thing in the morning, and I drink it at bedtime. That is 2 times. However, you have a lot of persons who are alcoholic. And I do believe you have some people that are caffeine addicts. They cannot go without it. It's a danger to them. It's harmful. Come off of the coffee, man. You have some people that drink the espressos, the this, the that, back to back to back, 7 times, whatever, and it causes the jitters, It causes the road rage, cause them to be violent. Yeah, I said it.
So, okay, so let me ask you, how are you going to measure how many cups of coffee have I had today? How? You're going to put what, a monitor in my home? How are you going to know how much coffee I had?
They're going to
Are
have
you
a
going to pull
breathalyzer
me
test.
over? I mean, like, how do you know?
You know what? When they do the rape, of course, when they see a person behaving a certain way on the road, you could say, okay, this is road rage. Not only will I test you to see if you have alcohol, you don't have any alcohol because we done the breathalyzer. Okay, well, I need to take you to the station and you're going to do a pee test. Whatever happens, I don't know what goes on from there. If we find excess caffeine, we're going to charge you.
If I should say something here.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Confirmation.
President. Go ahead. I'm going to step away
This
1
is
second.
this is the ridiculousness that we're dealing with right now. I am not saying that there are people with coffee problems. I'm not saying they're addicted, but listen, this is something that's been going on forever. But in a country that has so many problems and so many issues trying to sort out, you're now bringing in another rule that in the scheme of things is relatively irrelevant. Because I'm sure if you look at the stats, the amount of people that probably commit road rage or accidents and so due to coffee is negligible. And I don't have the information, but I will bet that it will be immaterial. Yet still we have a full-blown conversation about solving a problem that is really not a problem in the big scheme of things. And alternatively, Popskull, to your point, there is already so much ways that law enforcement discriminate against minority groups. To give them another reason to discriminate is a serious cause for concern. And it may not be hit everyone, but 1 or 2 lives lost because somebody was allegedly drinking coffee. It's a problem. We know how policing goes in America. It's not like they're the best trained or well equipped to deal with the public. So you want to bring in another criteria? I just think it's a waste of time. I think this is a waste of discussion. I think we even trying to have extensive conversation about this here is just giving credence to nonsense right now. In the scheme of things, it is not, because there are a lot of problems existing in law, but it's not every problem we have to fight to put the resources to solve if it does not have a material impact on the society. And I think that is what we have come down to. We have incompetent politicians who do nothing, so they just look of way to get relevance by coming up with ridiculous ideas so that they can be spoken about, or they could get a headline. Because to tell you the truth, this is nonsense in the scheme of things. I'm not saying there are not people affected, but in the scheme of accidents, I'm sure if we do a survey, it is immaterial. And then sometimes I think we just entertain too much of this kind of conversations that these crazy politicians come up with that is really not impactful in the society as a whole materially, or brings no real. You start to lock up people for coffee, then what? All it means is you send more people to prison, you give more people criminal records. It doesn't improve nothing. The people that with chronic coffee problems are not going to stop drink the coffee. They're not going to check themselves into clinics. So I just think this is one of those conversations, to tell you the truth.
You know what, Mr. President? You would have been correct, right? Because if that was the case, yes, you would be right. But here's the thing. They're not locking up people for drinking coffee. That's not it. Okay, fine. Say this conversation is not needed. Fine. But of course, when you talk about excess usage, no, that is a different thing. Because as I pointed out to the rum, they don't lock up people for alcohol, right? You lock up people for the excess alcohol and drinking and driving. Yeah? So, of course, we don't know the data. It's left to speculate, right? We don't know if they have done the data and came back and said, you know what? Based on what's happening and based on the accidents per this, whatever, we need to do something about it. It's easy to say this law is foolish, it's stupid, it makes no sense. But of course, if you don't know why, I mean, we should know all the information, right? Before we say it makes no sense.
I agree with you. If the data come back otherwise, I would yield. But I think if you're proposing something like that, give us some statistics. Give the public some information. Don't just blankly propose what seems to be nonsense.
So here's the thing, what we're going to do about the police officers, because here in South Florida, and I guess it's the same as per what Geely's saying, here in South Florida, police officers get free coffee from the coffee shops. They live at coffee shops, right? Okay, it's, for us in Miami, you have a lot of cafecitos, right? And it's a lot of Cuban coffee. If you can't handle that, don't even think about it, right? And the police officers, you see them gather there and they're drinking coffees. They're the Dunkin' Donuts. What's gonna happen there then? What's gonna happen?
So I mean,
ridiculous.
I mean, I think a lot of them need to stop drinking the coffee too. We see how they do the minority groups. And speaking about minority groups, right? Because Mr. President, you went there. So you say not to give the police any more reason to, of course, harm the minority. No, let me say this. It's not only the minority group that actually drinks coffee. So that is not more reason. This is no watermelon. This is no KFC. We cannot say, you know what? This is something that Black people love. This is something that whatever. So this is not a target to the Black, whatever community.
I disagree there because when we look at the statistics from the arrests and pullovers by police, we see that there's a lot of discrimination. There's a lot of racial profiling, and giving them another reason to profile people, I just think exacerbated on the minority communities. Because the laws that are there is for everyone, but yet still there is a lot of data that shows a lot of profiling when it comes to the application of the law. So it's not necessarily the law is biased. The application of the law has been shown over and over again here in America to have taken a biased turn against minority groups. That is what my concern is.
No, I'm not going to say that there, of course, the system is not biased because, of course, they're mainly a particular from a mainly particular group, right? But what I will say, I don't think this adds to what is not there already. Because if we should enforce the law, we could say, okay, seat belt. No, let's not put seat belt in because it will only target a particular group. The problem is not with the law itself. It's who enforces the law. So if this is a law, then there's no problem with it. It's what's happening with the racism, not the law in particular. So if this is the case, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. It's how they apply it.
It's how it's enforced. Okay. Well, let's see. Hopefully it unalives a slow unaliving or a quick unaliving. And goes nowhere because I think there's a little bit of ridiculousness involved in the whole thing. Number one, that's not what I saw now as a, but dig a little deeper. But let us say it were the case. But number one, how would you measure that, right? And how do you know? Just like with alcohol, I know there was a time in my young days in Kingston, you couldn't talk to me from Tuesday, Monday, the whole damn week, you party, right? And I used to drink like a fish. Never bothered me. Somebody else will have one drink and them turn right over. No, me can hardly drink half a glass, but alcohol affects everyone differently, right? So to caffeine. So what are we gonna? I don't know how we're gonna measure that. Caffeine has health benefits. A lot of health benefits. Some people use it as a laxative. And what if they need so many cups a day? I don't know. But when we talk about road rage in this country, I don't think it has to do with caffeine, quite frankly. That's my honest opinion. I don't think it has to do with caffeine. I think people are just dumb as heck, lack critical thinking, lack emotional intelligence, have no behavior, just feel that they are supposed to be in control of everything. I don't think it has anything. Me personally, I don't think it has to do with coffee. Go ahead, Jan, and we're going to move on.
Caffeine is in my migraine medication. Come on.
Just about to say that.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. And when I looked up the story, this was a Texas lawyer spouting what maybe could happen. But what was also in the article that I sent you basically said the police here in Texas have more things to worry about than to stop people because of the overconsumption of caffeine.
Okay, good. Let's hope it, as I said, let's hope it unalives a slow unaliving. That's all I can hope, because I think it's ridiculous.
And my advice for the heavy coffee drinkers, you know what I mean, 1 or 2 cups a day, right? And they will keep the doctor away.
You see my cup size? Yeah. A pot of coffee a day does me well. Does me well. It helps to keep me sane and keep me in check. I won't have to be singing behind these prison walls.
You know what? Don't show tomatoes on me now, you know, and it.
No worry, man. No worry. You're good. You're good. You're good. Ah, I agree with you. These are my credit card and light bill more likely to cause road rage than coffee.
Facts.
Yeah. When me go off and the bill they make me go off the map, you know, that's not go down that road. Why you gonna say so, please? Why you say so? Why you say so? Why you say so? All right, so this one is sad news. This one is sad news, and I don't know why RFK is going to Texas. What is his purpose of going down there to Texas? Where's the video that I had? Where's the video? I really don't know why am I gonna go though. But I think, hold on, did Dr. Keisha message it to me? But I know, hold on, 1 second. Let me find back the video. Let's hope he doesn't. You know what the awful like. Hold on, folks. Because I know the video, or was it on Instagram? Hold on a second, because Dr. Keisha did a video. But what is Donald Trump last week and stupid leaders and urges America to choose greatness? If America had chosen greatness, need I say more?
Stop reading that red cap story and go look for Dr. Don't let that OCD and that red cap man drive you into another rabbit hole.
So Harriet Tubman has been removed from National Park's website and replaced with Black or White Corporation theme. Okay, that's okay. Okay. Every student in China will be required to learn AI starting September 1st, 2025. The mandate starts as early as 6 years old. You know, what are we doing over here?
I actually like that story.
What are we doing over here? Oh, sorry, we're pedaling backwards. Here we are. Donald Trump warns China reverse the tariffs by April 8th or face 104% trade hit. Yes, we're gonna talk about that popsicle. I have that coming up. I had it for the believe it or not. I wanted to talk about it there. Ridiculous, right? 104% trade hit.
We already established that the man can't count, so let's move on.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Dr. Keisha, what is something there? It's somewhere. I know I saw it. Hold on a second. I saw the video. So, Lord of mercy, where she was talking about the whole thing. But all right, I can't find it. But anyway, we'll make do. So, yes. Mm. All right, I have to go read that one. I never want to read, but I have to go read it. Right there. If I can't find it back. RFK is doing what he does best, I guess. Hold on, folks. Let me try to find back the things them I saw. All right, so we have a second child has passed away in the Texas measles outbreak. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is expected to attend the child's funeral. The funeral is scheduled for Sunday. Was that Sunday yesterday? Yeah, this is it. This is it. Hold on.
Yes, it was yesterday.
Okay, so this is the one that Dr. Keisha posted. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so what was his purpose of going to the funeral? What was the purpose? No, I really want to know. This is the second child who unfortunately succumbed to measles. And RFK went to the funeral to do what? To offer thoughts and prayers? Is that what he's going to do? Just go to funerals? But anyway, in other news for him, he also said, according to Brute, he also said the most effective way to prevent the spread of measles is the MMR vaccine.
Yeah, his tongue switched back on the right way now.
On April 6, U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. posted on X after a second child had passed away of measles in Texas. Kennedy's remarks directly contradicted his previous comments about vaccines, which he publicly advocated against many times, leading to his nomination as health secretary and numerous times since adopting the role. Though he previously promoted vitamin A as the best means of treating measles, RFK Jr.'s recent remarks clearly state that the MMR vaccine is the most effective way to prevent the spread of measles. Welcome to the United States of America. FAFO is the theme of the year. They don't give that in vaccine. You sure, Popsicle? Because me did get measles vaccine and me.
I'm asking.
Oh, yeah, ask. Oh. Lord, take time with me. Never see the questions. I dial it up in age, I'm gonna have on my glasses. Never see the question back. They do. They do. They should. I hope they didn't stop Popsicle. But as far as I know, they do. Anybody in Jamaica can? Anybody can confirm? Do they still give MMR in Jamaica mandatory?
I think they do.
Of course. Like clockwork. They don't play. Jamaica don't play about vaccination and nobody know don't get contact about I don't want to vaccinate my child. I think come out of your church and get a joke. Whether you see it or not. 6 weeks later, I get a couple more.
Yeah, and they do that.
Panadol.
They do that in the schools too. They line you up. You get vaccinated.
Me know it's all right, Pop. To be honest, school vaccinations has whittled down from
Oh,
how it used to be. Yes,
wow.
but let me tell you what happened now. The school administration is adamant now, especially the basic school. Especially basic school. Because remember, no, a majority of your vaccination is done between the time you start basic school to the time you enter primary school level, right? So basic school, them adamant now. If when them call for your pitney passport, the little book there, if it's not up to date, man shout and tell us if you care my pitney. It's no joke. But what I don't like, and this is what I'm going to tell you now, when your child gets older, there are certain vaccines that they're not adamant on, which I think they should still do it because when my daughter was supposed to go to the US to go school, it cost me $20,000 to get her one vaccine. When at the clinic, if she did get it at the time when she was supposed to get it, it would have been free. You get me? So they're heavy on the vaccination when your child is, how we say, under 12. But after that is like there's a lax. So I feel like they need to pick up. They need to pick up the ball and forge through with it. Go straight up to when you don't need it anymore. Because even the human papilloma virus vaccine, that is not really pushed here. Right? And isn't it a real thing? Because it can prevent cervical cancer. So I think they need to really campaign that big time because cervical cancer has really seen, we see an uptick in it in Jamaica for the last 10, 20 years.
And remember,
And breast cancer.
HPV can affect the throat cancer. Remember, we spoke about that last week.
There we go.
And them need the HPV shot.
So it's head and neck. It's cervical, head and neck, anal also. So yeah, do recommend HPV vaccine.
Dr. Sharon, what's the age limit? Like from what age to what age you can get that vaccine?
So the recommendation is from age 9 to 45, and 45 meaning just before you turn 46. However, those recommendations actually came about just a few years ago because the initial recommendation was age 26, right? When I self-vaccinated, meaning I was over 26 when I self-vaccinated at the time, because I'm like, okay, it's a vaccine, and I self-vaccinated. So to me, there's truly really no age limit per se. Because if you're over 46 and you want to vaccinate yourself, get vaccinated, you can still get vaccinated.
I really hate how, as adults, when you go to the clinic here to get some vaccine, they'll tell you, oh, we don't have it available, whatever, because at the clinic it's going to be free. And it forces your hand where you have to go to the private doctor and then it costs you an arm and a leg, or you go to a private clinic. Why can't these vaccines still be available free for adults here? I don't understand why not, you know?
Is that clear as day, Alexia?
Yeah, and that's it, Moment. You hit it right on the head. That's it. Good old dollar.
Dollar bill, y'all.
Exactly.
The dollar bill. You'd be surprised. And it is a shame that these things are allowed to happen. Yes, they are allowed to happen. It's condoned. Heavily condoned, and that's a no. I would love to see a country in this world that its government system actually works for the people. Actually works for the people. It worked for some, and not for others. Netanyahu, by the way, folks, our other US president is in Washington. He is meeting with our president here. Yeah, so just need to let you all know. I guess we'll have the details of that later on. Well, tomorrow. Quick reminder, coming up this Friday, I tapped in with Naturalist and fingers crossed, we're probably gonna do the party, for all the April born people. It's gonna be after coffee into. He gets off work at about 5:30. So probably we have to make him get home, stretch a bit, drink a cup of tea, burp 2 times, say hi to his wife. Probably about 7 o'clock we start the party. I don't know. Y'all can let me know how you feel. So this Friday, we are going bad. We are going broke out. What this Friday in the evening. So after coffee until live, we get a break, go eat dinner and all these things. And then we're gonna have a celebration. Go ahead,
And
Alexia.
once you know the on the stage, once you know in the box there, prepare for come with on a video. Me I go do my ear, me I go do my face, me I go wax everything, and me I come with me A game. So Rasola and Jamina play with Dr. Sharon or Dr. Leslie there. Come with have on a video like I will go show them all the caffeine tour ladies are pretty and we can rock out.
I with my battery rider shorts. I put on my battery rider. What about your business, Mr. President? About wax everything? I put on my battery rider. So to everyone on YouTube, we are inviting you to join us on TikTok Friday in the evening. We'll get you the accurate time. We're working out some time slots here. Who to tell? We might all have more than one DJ. We might have start the party earlier. Have another DJ come. Yeah, we're gonna break out and go on with self. We're gonna go on bad me. I'm gonna have no mesh marine. I'm gonna have none of that. What else I can wear? Or should I dress like Tina, hood celebrity? When she tries to do a rendition of how Jamaican women appear in the dance. Me don't know.
And we're gonna have a surprise. I will have a guest artist, as they have to perform. You understand me? Yeah, and the floor got open to local talent. So Pop Skull come with the A game. Yeah. All right.
That's Deacon Popsicle. He's going to bless the space for us. Okay, Deacon. Deacon Popsicle will bless the space for us before. So when you're going to Jamaican dance, right? We have to have, some prayer, some sanctifying of the space. And when we say close the doors, that's exactly what we mean. Close the doors. No, Ja, we're all careful on the stage, so we're going to circle up the stage, We're going to move it around. We're going to move it around. Who is bringing the food?
As they run and disconnect a while ago, how are going?
Yeah, and I'll be collecting the money, so close the doors.
Where's the $40,000?
I'm sorry, Popsicle, but I don't know you. So the money is either going to be me or Mr. President. Okay, thank you. We are the resident accountants. Thank you so much.
So Popsicle going to collect the money. We have different doors in Ja. We have different.
He can be security, but no hands touch money. Sorry.
Jesus have mercy. By the way, anybody have a $49,000 Rolex watch to put on to give Popsicle to put on while he advocates for the 40,000 that we need to raise? And that was the price of the Rolex watch that he was wearing, right? So Popsicle, you have one Rolex watch. You have to wear the Rolex watch, while you tell the people them in your role as Deacon to close
I
the
need
doors.
to fit the part. Oh. Not only have it, but dress it too. So, yeah.
You have to come out in full garb, Yeah. Tasha, bring the oil.
Who we gonna oil up? Ja,
we have to oil down the place. We have to bless the space. Me have the candle.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mind went to massaging. I'm sorry.
Me have the listen. Remember, so we have blessed the place first, right? So we need all. Me have candle. And me have one croton plant. Me bring the plant come inside, and we have a croton plant.
I have holy water.
You have holy water. Okay,
I
good.
do.
Me have olive oil. Me have candle. Me have only pa candle. What else? Oh, me have couple Bible too.
I have rum. I have rum.
I have that too. And we got to the Psalms. Which Psalms we have pull out? Psalms 23. Bless the dance before we set it free. So gonna get in the hair did, nails did, everything did.
And then come ready for dance on top of his screen because we're supposed to carry like 150, 60K.
100,000
in the dance
look
there.
for 100,000.
All right, there we go.
In the dance, right? Tasha, you're not working. You're off the job at that time, right, Tasha?
What's the attire? What's the attire?
You know,
as dear as a deer. As dear as a deer.
Put on your battery rider and come true.
As beer as a deer.
Friday, Tasha. Friday in the evening. Friday.
Juve settings where I get the paint, where I get the foam. Yes.
Bring your own food. Bring your own bottle. No drinking on the screen. No alcoholic beverage can be shown on the screen. So when it come for behaving yourself.
Shorty rum in our one Pepsi buckle.
Yeah, we don't want them to get clever, you know.
We can't talk about things them over to the things. But we're gonna be having a good time on Friday. So I'll remind everybody, Friday in the evening, I'll let you know the time when we're going to fly the gate, open the doors so that everyone can come on and be blessed before we have a party. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna have a good time. We're gonna celebrate all the April born folks who are a part of Coffee and Toe. Even if they're not, invite them to come along. We're just gonna have a real good time. All right. What this Friday? Yeah.
I need to up on flyer. Yes, because I need to put it on my WhatsApp. I add something them. Yeah, I need to make it safe on my TikTok all the time.
All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can rustle up. You have a PM shift on Friday, Lord Tasha. No, sir. No, sir. That not gonna work at Tala.
Yes, so you charge your earphone, Tasha. Get an earphone charger, a backup earphone, Tasha.
I don't have no behavior, you know. Lord have mercy. All right, folks. So that's it for today. Tomorrow we'll be back again. YouTube, let me shut you down first. I want to say thank you, as always, for constantly supporting. AT, Madly Run, big up on yourself. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. We're going to be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. God willing, for another episode of Coffee in Toe. Until then, be good to yourselves, be good to everyone. Walk in love, because Lord knows we need it. All right, so going to go ahead and close out with you. Coffee in Toe is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.